Who should you speak to if the work of another contractor is affecting your safety? The contractor, the contractor's supervisor, your supervisor, your workmates. A worker finds a way of working that is quicker than the method statement they have been given. What should they do? Get more work done so they can earn more money. Continue to follow the safe system of work for the task. Inform work colleagues so they can work this way. Get their work done more quickly so they can leave early.
Which two topics should be covered in a site induction? Local amenities, local transportation links, site emergency procedures, holiday entitlement, site rules. If you notice that a design detail can't be built in the way it has been drawn in the plans, what two things should you do? Raise the issue with your supervisor before you start work. Leave that detail out altogether. Only make the changes when they are approved in writing. Keep quiet, as it will mean more work for you. Build it as you think it should be done.
Before you enter a construction site, what actions must be in place? The health and safety officer must have given you permission. You must be authorised and given a site induction. Your site supervisor must have given you permission. You must have a trade skill to be allowed to enter.
When creating a risk assessment, the severity of harm is multiplied by what? The area of the construction site, the cost of injury or harm, the likelihood of harm occurring, the number of workers on site.
Which two of the following would be found in a safe system of work? Criminal records check, security clearance, outline of the hazards, national insurance numbers, sequence of work.
What is the main reason for attending a site induction? To get to know other new employee. Site rules and hazards will be explained. Permits to work will be written and handed out. To create the method statements for the site.
What is a toolbox talk? A sales talk given by a tool supplier. A short training session on a particular safety topic. Your first training session when you arrive on site. A talk that tells you where to buy tools.
In which document should the safe way of carrying out a task be described? Order sheet, instruction manual, work program, method statement.
You have witnessed a serious accident on your site and are to be interviewed by a Health and Safety Executive, HSE, inspector. What should you do? Cooperate and tell the inspector exactly what you saw. Ask other workers what you should tell the inspector. Not tell the inspector anything and ask them to talk to your supervisor. Ask your supervisor what you should tell the inspector.
What does the word hazard mean? The construction site accident rate, a type of removable barrier or machine guard. Anything that could cause harm. The likelihood of something happening.
Which of the following two factors should be considered first when conducting a risk assessment? The financial impact of the assessment. Potential negative publicity associated with incidents. Name and address of the workers. The likelihood of the hazard occurring. The seriousness of harm that could occur. What should a worker do if they feel the task they are doing is no longer safe because of weather conditions? Stop working immediately and inform the supervisor. Carry on working because they are following the method statement. Carry on working if others are doing so. Work until the end of the day, then tell the supervisor. Which two things should workers be briefed about when starting work on site for the first time? The name of the company owner, welfare facilities, public transport timetable, overtime payment schedule, emergency procedures.
What are two possible consequences for you if your employer does not prevent accidents and ill health at work? You won't get the training required to continue working on site. You will have to work longer hours to earn more money. You will have worse welfare facilities on site while improvements are made. You may not be able to work, which would affect your income and family life. You may suffer an injury, affecting your health and well-being. If someone is injured on site, where should this be recorded? In an accident book or record, on the safe system of work plan, on the site plan, in the method of work.
Which two of the following are the employer's legal duties towards people at work? Provide them with free transport home. Inform you of hazards and risks at work. Supply meals free of charge. Pay wages and overtime directly into the bank. Provide and maintain clean welfare facilities.
Why is it the employer's legal responsibility to discuss matters of health and safety with employees? So that employees will never have to attend any other health and safety training. So that employees are informed of things that will protect their health and safety. So that your employer will not have any legal responsibility for employees' health and safety. So that employees do not have any responsibilities for health and safety. Who is responsible for managing health and safety on site? Building inspector, site manager, health and safety executive, HSE, contracts manager.
Showing consideration to neighbours of the site and members of the public is whose responsibility? Only the client of the project, the site supervisor, everyone working on the site, the health and safety officer.
What are two of the main reasons why the Health and Safety at Work, etc. Act 1974 is important to construction employers? It tells employees who is working on site. It lets workers know how to carry out a task. It puts legal duties on all employees. It states how to make legal claims after an accident. It puts legal duties on all employers.
The whole work site has been issued with a prohibition notice. What does this mean? Finish the job and go home. Do not use any power tools. Continue with site work. Stop work because the site is unsafe.
What should all risk assessments identify? How to report accidents. The employer. The hazards in the work environment. The Health and Safety Executive, HSE. Employers must provide workers with instructions that meet which requirement? In a format each worker understands. Available in audio. Downloadable from the internet. Written in large print. How would you expect to find out about health and safety rules when you first arrive on site? By reading the health and safety policy in a letter sent to your home. During the induction, by asking other workers to show you around. If a worker fails to report a near miss, what could happen? The site manager will be sacked immediately. The company could go out of business through neglect. The employee could get a large fine. The near miss could be a serious accident next time.
What should workers follow whilst at work to meet their health and safety duties? The actions of their workmates. A safe system of work agreed with the employer. Their gut feeling on safe practices. Direct orders from the Health and Safety Executive, HSE.
What should a worker do if the helmet they are using is damaged? Report it at the end of the day. Put a sticker over the damaged area. Replace it immediately. Use it but keep checking it. Which of the following is your legal duty as a worker? To write risk assessments for site tasks. To continue to work until all tasks are completed. To report anything thought to be dangerous. To write method statements for site tasks.
Site rules and procedures are the responsibility of whom? Work colleagues, investors, the employer, the Health and Safety Executive, HSE.
When workers arrive on site, what is the first thing they should do? Walk around the site to inspect the work from the day before. Make sure that the site team knows they are there. Get their tools out of the store and start work. Enter the site by the easiest route and start work.
A risk assessment is undertaken for what purpose? To identify hazards and control risks at work. To find out who was responsible for an accident. A way of reporting risks to the client. To act as an incident register.
What should you do if you cannot do a job in the way described in the method statement? Contact the Health and Safety Executive, HSE. Make up a better way to do it and carry on. Do not start work until you have talked to your supervisor. Ask other workers how they think it should be done.
What are two possible consequences for employers of not taking measures to prevent accidents and ill health at work? They will need to employ more people. They will lose time and money due to the cost of any accident or ill health. They could be fined or imprisoned. They will have to change the site layout for emergency vehicles. They will damage the environment. What is the main reason for understanding the fire and emergency procedures on site? To know what tools and equipment can be used during an emergency. To help you to get time off work in an emergency. To stop anyone leaving site in an emergency. To know where the fire exits and assembly point are in an emergency.
Why is the Health and Safety at Work, etc. Act important to you as a worker? Give two answers. It states how to make legal claims after an accident. It tells employers who is working where on site. It puts legal duties on all employees. It puts legal duties on all employers. It states how employees should carry out a task. After watching you work, a Health and Safety Executive, HSE, inspector issues an improvement notice. What does this mean? You need to improve the standard of your work. You are not working in a safe way. Your work has improved since the last visit. You are not working fast enough. What should you do if the safety rules given in your site induction seem out of date as work progresses? Speak to your workmates to see if they have any new rules. Speak to your supervisor about your concerns. Make up your own safety rules to suit the changing conditions. Nothing, as safety is the site manager's responsibility.
Who has legal duties under the Health and Safety at Work, etc. Act 1974? Only self-employed people. All people at work. Employees only. Employers only. General site rules would not normally include information about which one of the following: site induction procedures, near-miss and accident reporting, names and addresses of workers, personal protective equipment, PPE, during the site induction, you do not understand something the presenter says. What should you do? Guess what the presenter was saying. Ask the presenter to explain it again. Wait until the end, then ask someone else to explain. Attend another site induction. In the accident book, the company contract manager, someone from the Health and Safety Executive, HSE, the injured person or someone acting for them, the first aider identified on site. While working on site, you cut one of your fingers. What should you do? Report it at the end of the day or the end of the shift. Wash it, and if it is not a problem, carry on working. Report it and get first aid if necessary. Clean it and tell your supervisor about it later.
Which type of accidents should be recorded in the accident book? Specified injuries only, such as broken bones or a death. All accidents causing any kind of injury. Any injuries requiring treatment in a hospital. Only accidents where time off work is required.
Which two of the following would result in you being ordered off-site? Being under the influence of alcohol, driving downhill with a heavy load, driving without using the flashing beacon, being under the influence of drugs, losing your road user's driving license. What is the main objective of carrying out an accident investigation? To help track the cost of insurance claims. To place blame. To find the cause and prevent reoccurrence. To identify the people involved.
Under what circumstance is a worker allowed to operate a plant vehicle? If they have a full international driving license. If they have been working for the company for over 6 months. If competent and authorized to do so. If they are the site manager or supervisor.
Which of the following does not have to be recorded in the accident book? Details of the injury sustained. The injured person's national insurance number. the injured person's home address, the date and time that the injury happened. You suffer an injury at work and the details are recorded in the accident book. What must happen to this accident record? It must be treated as confidential under data protection laws. It must be destroyed at the end of the job due to confidentiality. It must be sent to the insurance company at the end of the job. It must be kept in a place where anyone at work can read it.
Which of the following statements best describes a near miss? An incident where someone was injured and nearly had to take time off work. An incident where someone was injured and nearly had to go to hospital. An incident where you were just too late to see what happened. An incident that nearly resulted in injury or damage.
When must an accident be recorded in the accident book? If a person is injured in any way. Only if a person has to attend hospital. If a person has a day off work with a cold. Only if a person suffers a broken bone. Which two of the following are the main reasons for reporting accidents, incidents and near misses? Certain incidents or accidents have to be reported to the Health and Safety Executive, HSE, to find out whom claims should be made against, to help the company avoid being prosecuted or fined, to understand how and why things went wrong, to make sure none of the supervisors find out about the accident. Which of the following is the least important reason for recording all accidents? Some accidents have to be reported to the Health and Safety Executive, HS. Details have to be entered in the accident book. It might stop them happening again. To find out who is to blame and make sure they are prosecuted.
Who must you report a serious accident to? Site security, the ambulance service, the police service, your employer,
You have been injured in an accident at work and, as a result, are absent for more than 7 days. Which two of the following actions must be taken? Your employer must inform the Health and Safety Executive, HSE. The local hospital and the benefits office must be informed. The emergency services must be called to find out how the accident happened. You must pay for any first aid equipment used to treat your injury. The accident must be recorded in the accident book. What must be done if an operator is driving plant equipment faster than site speed limits? Alert all other staff on site to be careful. Wait until they stop and talk to them about it. Shout at the driver telling them to slow down. Inform a supervisor or manager.
Which two of the following items should be recorded in the accident book? Injuries sustained. Date of the accident. Telephone number. Location of the hospital. National insurance number. When must an accident be recorded? Only when a person breaks a major bone or is concussed. Only when a person is injured and will be off work for 3 days or more. Only when an accident causes damage to plant or equipment. Only when an accident causes injury to a worker as a result of working activities.
You are injured in an accident at work. When should you report it? The next day before you start work. Immediately or as soon as possible. At the end of the day before you go home. Only if you have to take time off work.
A scaffold has collapsed and you saw it happen. What should you say when you are asked about the accident? Who you think should be blamed and punished. As little as possible because you don't want to get people into trouble. Exactly what you saw, giving as much detail as possible. As little as possible, as you are not a scaffold expert.
Who is responsible for reporting any unsafe conditions on site? Everyone on the construction site. The site manager. The contracts manager. The client or principal contractor.
When an accident or near miss occurs, who should be involved in the investigation? Company investors, company directors, the owner of the company, all relevant staff.
Where should accidents that cause any injury be recorded? In the building inspector's diary. In the site engineer's daybook. In the accident report book. In the main contractor's diary. Why should you report an accident? It is a legal requirement. It helps the site find out who caused it. So that everyone can find out what happened. So that your company will be held responsible.
When must an entry be made in the accident book? When a worker has been off sick for 3 days. When a compensation claim is completed. Only if the accident involved broken bones. When an accident causes injury to any worker.
Why is it important to report near-miss incidents on site? To find someone to blame so claims can be made. It is the law to report all near-miss incidents. It is a requirement of the CDM regulations. To learn from them and stop them happening again.
What action should be taken if you witness a serious accident on site? Ask your workmates what they think you should do. Telephone the local doctor for advice. Say nothing in case you get someone into trouble. Tell your supervisor that you saw what happened.
If you have a minor accident, who should report it? The subcontractor, the Health and Safety Executive, HSE, anyone who saw the accident. You, if possible.
In order to reduce the risk of accidents, which one of the following should be avoided when driving vehicles on site? Implement a one-way system around the site. Reverse without the use of a vehicle marshaller. Use designated turning areas. Drive through loading and unloading areas. If you find an injured person and you are on your own, what should you do first? Move the injured person to a safe place, then find your supervisor. Assess the situation. Do not put yourself in danger. Inform your supervisor that someone has been injured. Ask the injured person what happened and then find your supervisor. Where should you be given information about emergency assembly points? In the permit to work, in the method statement, in the risk assessment, at the site induction. What should not be in a first aid kit? Tablets and medicines, safety pins, plasters, bandages. You witness a serious accident on site. What immediate action should you take? Give 2 answers. Record the date and time in the incident book. Check if it is safe to approach the injured person. Sit the injured person up and give them food and water. Lift the injured person and take them to the site office. Call out to other workers so they can call for help. What information should be gathered after a near-miss incident occurs? Where those involved lived at the time of the incident. The activities that were being carried out at the time. The cost of the project at the time of the incident. The names of next of kin for the people involved.
A first aider is required to have which one of the following? They must have a full and clean police check. They must be a qualified nurse. They are expected to have doctor-level certificates. They should have a current, up-to-date first aid at work certificate.
How should you be informed about what to do in an emergency? Give 2 answers. By reading the site notice boards. By asking at the local hospital. By looking in the health and safety file. By asking the Health and Safety Executive, HSE. By attending the site induction.
What should be done in the event of an emergency on site? Collect your personal items and leave the site. Phone the Health and Safety Executive, HSE, for advice. Leave the site by the nearest exit and return home. Follow the site emergency procedure. If the first aid kit on site is empty, what should you do? Bring your own first aid supplies into work. Inform the person who looks after the first aid kit. Ignore the problem as it is always the same. Find out who is taking all the first aid supplies.
What 2 things should you do if there is an emergency situation on site? Go to the designated assembly point. Collect personal items from the site office. Leave the area via the nearest exit. Finish what you are doing. Look for other people who may not know what to do.
If you cut your finger and it won't stop bleeding, what should you do? Tell your colleagues because you may need to rest. Wrap something around it and carry on working. Find a first aider or get medical help. Wash it, then carry on working.
Which 2 of the following will help you to find out about the site emergency procedures and emergency telephone numbers? Reading the site notice boards. Attending the site induction. Looking in the telephone directory. Guidance from the Health and Safety Executive HSE website. Guidance from your local job centre.
Someone working in a deep inspection chamber has collapsed. What should you do first? Ask someone to find your supervisor while you try to rescue the worker. Raise the alarm and stay by the inspection chamber, but do not enter. Climb into the inspection chamber and give first aid treatment. Get someone to lower you into the inspection chamber on a rope. Evacuation routes should be used as assembly points, clear and unobstructed, lit at all times of the day, painted bright green,
What is the one thing a first aider cannot do? Stop any bleeding. Give you medicines without authorization. Give mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Treat you if you are unconscious. If there is an emergency while you are on site, what should you do first? Phone home and then leave the site. Leave the site and go home. Phone the Health and Safety Executive, HSE. Follow the site emergency procedure.
Someone is knocked unconscious and you are not trained in first aid. What should you do first? Send for medical help. Turn them over so that they are lying on their back. Give them mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Slap their face to wake them up.
If someone is in contact with a live cable, what should you do first? Pull them away from the cable. Dial 999 and ask for an ambulance. Phone the electricity company. Isolate the power and call for help.
How would you expect to find out the location of the emergency assembly point? During a visit by the Health and Safety Executive, HSE. During the site induction. By reading your employer's health and safety policy. Your colleagues will tell you. Someone collapses with stomach pain and there is no first aider on site. What should you do first? Help them to lie down in the recovery position. Ask someone to call the emergency services. Get them to take some painkillers. Ask them to sit down.
Which of the following best describes an assembly point? Where the employer issues personal protective equipment. A place to assemble in the event of an emergency. The place where an incident could be started. The location that staff should avoid in an incident.
Does your employer have to provide a first aid kit? No, there is no legal duty to provide one. Only if more than 25 people work on site. Yes, every site must have one. Only if more than 50 people work on site.
Someone has fallen from height and has no feeling in their legs. What should you do? Keep them still until medical help arrives. Raise their legs to see if any feeling comes back. Keep their legs straight and roll them onto their back. Roll them onto their side and bend their legs. If you think that someone has broken their leg, what should you do? Place them on their back. Send for the first aider or get other medical help. Place them on their side in the recovery position. Use your belt to strap their legs together.
Personal protective equipment, PPE, should be worn at work for what reason? It prevents workers from getting their uniforms dirty. It prevents any exposure to hazardous chemicals. To protect workers from physical injury or ill health. To protect the company against potential lawsuits.
What should you do if you drop your safety helmet from a height onto a hard surface? Stop work until you get a new one. Repair any cracks and then carry on wearing it. Work without it until you can get a new one. Make sure there are no cracks and then carry on wearing it. Which of the following figures is wearing the correct personal protective equipment, PPE? What will safety footwear with a protective midsole protect you from? Nails or sharp objects which could puncture the sole of your foot. Spillages which may burn the sole of your foot. Blisters which could occur in warm, wet conditions. Twisting your ankle as they have better grip than regular shoes. When you start a new task, how will you know if you need any extra personal protective equipment, PPE? By looking at your employer's health and safety policy. By looking at the risk assessment. You will always need it. By looking at the company web page. Will all types of glove protect your hands against chemicals? Only if you put barrier cream on your hands first. Yes, all gloves are made to the same standard. No, different gloves protect against different types of hazard. Only if you cover the gloves with barrier cream. Which condition could be prevented if the correct gloves are worn while handling a hazardous substance. Raynaud's syndrome, vibration white finger, skin disease, arthritis. Good quality personal protective equipment, PPE, will be marked with which letter or letters? C, HSE, R, CE. Which of the following statements about wearing a safety helmet in hot weather is true? You can modify it to keep your head cool. You can wear it back to front if it is more comfortable that way. You must wear it at all times and in the right way. You must take it off during the hottest part of the day. What is the main risk to this worker wearing only these items of personal protective equipment, PPE? Damage to hearing, eye injuries, dermatitis to skin, breathing in harmful dust. When selecting appropriate personal protective equipment, PPE, what is the most important factor to be taken into account? The cost of the equipment. Can it be recycled? How long it will last? The type of hazard. Which of the following statements about personal protective equipment, PPE, is not true? You must pay for any damage or loss. You must use it as instructed. You must report any damage or loss to your supervisor. You must store it correctly when you're not using it. When should you wear safety footwear on site? Only when working inside. Until the site starts to look finished. All the time. Only when working at ground level.
When must your employer provide you with personal protective equipment, PPE? If you need to be protected. If you pay for it. If it is in the contract. Twice a year.
When selecting suitable personal protective equipment, PPE, for the user, which factors should be considered? Fit and weight. Price and size. Cost and colour. Size and fit.
What should you do if your disposable foam earplugs keep falling out? Throw them away and work without them. Put rolled up tissue paper in each ear instead. Stop work until you are shown how to fit them properly. Put 2 earplugs in each ear so that they stay in place.
When is the only time that you do not need to wear head protection on site? If you are working alone. If you are self-employed. If you are working in hot weather. If you are in a safe area, like the site office.
Where on the body would a worker wear respiratory protective equipment, RPE? Which item of personal protective equipment, PPE, is helping to protect the worker from dermatitis? If you need to wear a full body harness and have not used one before, what should you do? Ask for expert advice and training. Try to work it out for yourself. Ask someone wearing a harness to show you what to do. Read the manufacturer's instruction book.
What should you do if your personal protective equipment, PPE, gets damaged? Throw it away and work without it. Carry on wearing it, but work more quickly. Try to repair it, then carry on working. Stop work and continue only when it has been replaced.
Who should provide you with any personal protective equipment, PPE, you need, including the means to maintain it? No one has a duty to provide it. You must buy your own. Anyone on site with a budget? Your employer?
If you have to work outdoors in bad weather, why should your employer supply you with waterproof clothing? To protect you from the weather, which will reduce trips and falls. To protect you from the weather, as you are less likely to get muscle strains if you are warm and dry. To keep you warm and dry, so you are less likely to catch Weil's disease. To keep you warm and dry, so you take fewer breaks. When using a grinder or cut-off saw, what type of eye protection should be worn? Reading glasses or sunglasses, welding goggles, light eye protection, safety glasses, impact-rated goggles or full face shield.
What should you wear if there is a risk of materials flying into your eyes? Laser safety glasses, tinted welding goggles, chemical-rated goggles, impact-rated goggles.
Do you have to pay for any personal protective equipment, PPE, you need? Yes, you must pay for all of it. Only if you need to replace lost or damaged PPE. No, your employer must pay for it. No, you only have to pay half the cost. What additional measures can be worn under a hard hat in cold weather? A woolly hat, a manufacturer's attachment, a jumper with a detachable hood, a baseball cap. How should a safety helmet be worn to get maximum protection from it? Square on your head, back to front, pulled forward, pushed back on your head. Why is it bad practice to store heavy materials underneath a tree? Compaction of the soil could damage the tree roots. Materials are not protected from the tree sap. The tree branches could get damaged. Mold could grow on the stored materials. Which two of the following are common causes of water pollution on site? Fuels being stored incorrectly and too close to drains. Walkways freezing in winter near drainage systems. Rainwater washing material out of skips into surface water drains. Smoking and e-smoking near drainage systems. Exhaust gases from mobile plant getting into drainage systems. Certain species of plants and animals in England are protected by law. A worker is breaking the law if they do which two things to the plant or animal? Report it. Destroy its habitat. Remove it. Feed it. Photograph it. On site, waste should be collected in what? General skips, bins and bays. Segregated skips, bays and buckets.
Waste materials should be segregated into different types. What are the two main reasons for this? To avoid pollution, to support recycling, to fill landfill, to prevent theft, to save money.
This label is shown on the container of a liquid that a worker is using on site. What does it mean? It could cause a drought. It is harmful to the environment. It can be used to feed plants and fish. It will only cause death to fish. You are on site and need to throw away some waste liquid that has oil in it. What should you do? Pour it down a drain or sink in the welfare facilities. Pour it into a sealed container and put it into a general waste skip. Pour it slowly onto the ground and let it soak away. Ask your supervisor what the disposal process is for contaminated liquid.
Which two actions could help minimize waste? Only take what you need and return or reseal anything left over. Leave bags of cement and plaster out in the rain unprotected. Always take more than required, just in case you need it. Reuse offcuts, such as half bricks, rather than discarding them. Use new materials at the beginning of each day.
During excavation work, some interesting old coins are found in the loosened soil. What is the most appropriate action? Hide them. Archaeologists working on site will delay the works. Keep excavating and see how many more there are to find. Keep quiet. The person who found them should keep them. Stop excavating the site and contact the supervisor.
Do you have any responsibility for minimizing the amount of waste created? Only if you are told to do so during your site induction. Only during the site cleanup at the end of the project. No, it is the responsibility of site management. Yes, everyone on site has a responsibility to do this.
What is the primary use for a spill kit? For first aid purposes, for general worker safety, to clean up chemicals, to demonstrate clean-up procedures.
Which one of the following is true of a spill on site involving just 1 litre of oil? It is too small to cause a problem. It could cause serious air pollution. The main problem is that oil is expensive. It will contaminate the ground. Which of the following is an effective way to avoid causing harm to protected species? Avoiding breeding season. Only working at night. Using manually operated machinery. Take them to the site office. What type of pollution would you associate with handheld power tools? Light, smoke, noise, water. What is the correct way to clean up oil that has leaked from machinery onto the ground? Put the oily soil into a separate container for collection as hazardous waste. Put the oily soil into the general waste skip. Mix the soil up with other soil so that the oil cannot be seen. Wash the oil away with water and detergent.
Which two items are classed as hazardous waste? Panes of glass, broken bricks, fluorescent light tubes, used spill kits, untreated timber offcuts.
Which items are hazardous waste and which are non-hazardous waste? Which of the following does not cause a nuisance to neighbours of a building site? Carefully directed site lighting, dust and fumes from the site, noise and vibration from the work, lorries and heavy plant traffic. What should be done if there is an oil or diesel spill on site? Use a spill kit to clean it up before the end of the day. Ignore it. Oil or diesel spills do not have serious long-term effects. Call the Environment Agency immediately so they can arrange to have it cleaned up. Stop work, contain the spill, notify the supervisor and then clean up the spill. What is the best way to minimize dust on site? Using powered tools only, covering the whole site, dampening using fine water sprays, reducing use of the wheel wash. Which of the following is bad practice? Storing materials safely, mixing all waste in one skip, refueling carefully to avoid spills, switching off plant and equipment when it is not in use. Preserving old buildings is important for contributing to an area's what? Historical record, infrastructure, cost of living, house prices. Over-ordering materials can result in what? Danger, lower costs, waste, accident.
What are two of the best ways of helping to save energy on site and reduce harmful emissions? Keep windows and doors closed in offices and welfare facilities when the heating is on. Switch off plant and equipment, including generators, when they are not in use. Use a generator rather than mains electricity for the offices and small items of equipment. Report any defective non-powered hand tools so that they can be repaired or replaced.
What does it mean when a building has been issued with listed status? It should not be entered as it is hazardous. Permission is needed to make any changes. The council must pay for the project. An entrance fee must be charged to visitors. Why should construction materials be recycled? To prevent excessive hazardous waste. To avoid waste going to landfill. To save the company money. Because skips are expensive. When a historic building has been protected by law, what is it known as? Trusted, heritage, listed, registered.
Which of the following is most likely to cause air pollution? Surface runoff, excessive noise, fuel spillage, using diesel engines.
Saving energy and water by turning off plant, equipment and taps when not in use is whose responsibility? The site manager, everyone on site, the environmental health provider, the oldest apprentice. What is a good way of reducing energy use when running heating or cooling systems needed for site accommodation? Not using any heating or cooling systems. Keeping windows and doors closed. Opening all doors and windows. Running equipment on maximum effort. When reusing leftover materials, which two of the following are true? It is inefficient. It is a waste of resources. It conserves raw materials. It is hazardous. It can save energy.
What are the two most important reasons why waste should be segregated on site? The waste will take up less room in a skip, so the client can check what is being thrown away, to make sure the labourer has enough work to do. It is generally more cost-effective to dispose of segregated waste, so the wastes can be used or recycled more easily.
How should hazardous waste be dealt with on site? Give two answers. Place it in the correctly labelled container. It can be put into any skip on site. Take it to the nearest local authority waste tip. Put it in a mixed waste skip. Segregate it from other waste. Under environmental law, which of the following statements is true? Only directors can be prosecuted if they do not follow the law. Only companies can be prosecuted if they do not follow the law. Only employees can be prosecuted if they do not follow the law. Companies and employees can be prosecuted if they do not follow the law. You are carrying out a noisy work activity and realise that it cannot be finished within the normal working hours of your site. What is the first thing you should do? Stop work and inform site management so they can look at the impact of the activity. Visit the neighbours of the site to tell them what you will be doing. Ensure you are wearing appropriate hearing protection before you resume work. Carry on so that you can finish doing the job as soon as possible.
Which two of the following species are protected under environmental law in the UK? Bats, rats, badgers, foxes, ducks. following what kind of risk assessment is the best way to prevent pollution on a construction site? Health and safety, maintenance, workplace, environmental.
Which three statements are reasons why saving energy is important? It helps to reduce fuel and energy bills on site. It helps energy companies to charge more for their services. It helps to increase energy use on other sites. It helps to save natural resources used to generate energy. It helps to reduce the impact of climate change caused by burning fossil fuels. Which of the following would help to protect the environment? Saving water and energy wherever possible. Keeping to the health and safety rules. Arriving on time for work every day. Keeping accurate timesheets. What should be done with waste concrete and washout water? Place it in a lined skip for recycling. Bury it on site as it will break down over time. Pour it down a drain with plenty of water. Bury it in a disposable bin liner. A particle filter is suitable for use in which one of the following situations? An oxygen-deficient atmosphere. When dust and fibres are in the air. Presence of gases. Presence of vapours. What should you do if you need special respiratory protective equipment, RPE, to handle a chemical, but no RPE has been provided? Do not start work until you have the correct RPE and training. Start the work, but take regular breaks to reduce exposure. Get on with the job, but try to work quickly to reduce exposure. Sniff the substance to see if it makes you feel unwell.
Which of the following could ignite flammable vapours? Select 2 answers. Naked flame, oxygen, carbon dioxide, sparks, water.
If your respiratory protective equipment RPE is a bad fit, which one of the following is most likely to happen? It will filter more air. It will not protect you. It will break easily. It will get damaged.
Which of the following activities does not create harmful silica dust? Chasing out walls and mortar joints or sweeping up rubble. Sawing timber or plywood. Cutting curbs, stone, paving slabs, bricks and blocks. Breaking up concrete floors and screeds.
Exposure to which of the following is unlikely to result in lung disease? Asbestos, silica dust, bird droppings, strong smells. The chances of suffering from lung cancer are increased by what? Exposure to sunlight, exposure to steam, vibration from power tools, breathing in dust. When using a power tool to cut or grind materials, why should the dust be collected and not allowed to get into the air? A machine guard is not needed if the dust is collected. Most dust can be harmful if breathed in. The tool will go faster if the dust is collected, to save time and avoid having to clear up the mess. What is the best way to limit exposure to dust when using a power tool? Do the work quickly. Stand downwind of any dust. Stop dust getting into the air. Use the tool during wet weather. You have been asked to do some work that will create dust. What should you do? You should not do the work because dust is highly dangerous. Use equipment to eliminate or reduce the dust and wear the correct personal protective equipment, PPE. Start the work. No controls are needed as dust cannot cause serious harm or injury. Work for short periods at a time. Regular breaks will reduce the amount of dust you breathe in. Which one of the following is true of repeated exposure to small doses of dust? It is unavoidable and harmless. Any effects will be immediately apparent. The effects will build up over time. It can help to build up immunity.
When workers use respiratory protective equipment, RPE, they should have a face fit test. Why is this? To ensure the mask looks right. To ensure the mask fits and functions correctly. To ensure the selected mask is the correct colour. To make sure that the mask fits the budget.
What must you do when using water to keep dust down when cutting? Ensure that there is as much water as possible. Pour water onto the surface before you start cutting. Make sure that the water flow is correctly adjusted. Get someone to stand next to you and pour water from a bottle. What is the most serious risk to this worker wearing only these items of personal protective equipment, PPE? Goggles misting up, limiting vision. Back injury from poor posture. Not being able to hear colleagues. Breathing in harmful dust. Using water suppression to reduce dust will be most effective for which one of the following? Pneumatic chiseling of concrete. Cutting plywood sheets. Steel grinding. Disc cutting steel. Which kind of personal protective equipment, PPE, can protect your lungs from harmful vapours? Ear defenders, hard hat, goggles, respirator. What should you do if you run out of the water you are using to control dust? Ask everyone to clear the area and then carry on. Put on additional respiratory protection. Carry on, but get someone to sweep up afterwards. Stop and refill the water. How often is it good practice to carry out repeat face-fit tests for respiratory protective equipment, RPE? On an ad hoc basis. When starting work on a different site. When starting a new shift pattern. On a regular basis. Which two of the following are basic filter types used in respiratory protective equipment, RPE? Dust or particle filters, moisture filters, sound filters, gas or vapor filters, smell or aroma filters. Which item of personal protective equipment, PPE, is helping to protect the worker from nasal cancer?
When is the best time to conduct face-fit testing for respiratory protective equipment, RPE? As part of the initial selection of RPE. After the RPE has been worn and used. In the morning before workers become sweaty. At the beginning of each new year. For the use of respiratory protective equipment, RPE, why is face-fit testing important? To check that the colour matches work uniforms. To eliminate all accidents in the workplace. It ensures that the equipment will operate effectively. It means the equipment will need less maintenance.
A construction worker has been exposed to concrete dust for a long period of time. What are they most likely to suffer from? Headache or migraine, shortness of breath, blurred vision, hearing problems. Which one of the following statements about respiratory protective equipment, RPE, is true? Workers should provide their own. Employers must supply it at cost when it is needed. Employers must supply it free of charge when it is needed. Workers should share the cost with the employer.
When fumes are present, which is the most dangerous area to work in? On-site outside, in a wooden building, a confined space, an open space.
If someone is using a petrol cut-off saw, disc cutter, to cut concrete blocks near to pedestrians, what two immediate hazards will affect the pedestrians? Harmful dust, flying fragments, vibration white finger, contact dermatitis, an electric shock. When drilling, cutting, sanding or grinding, what is the best way to protect your long-term health from harmful dust? Use dust extraction or wet cut and wear a dust mask. Use dust extraction or wet cut and wear FFP3 rated respiratory protective equipment, RPE. Wear any disposable respiratory protective equipment, RPE. Wear FFP3 rated respiratory protective equipment, RPE.
How is occupational asthma commonly caused? Excessive manual handling, inhaling construction dust, working overtime, working alone.
Who can enter a confined space? Only site managers and supervisors of the company. Only competent machine drivers who have the correct license. anyone who is trained, competent and authorized, anyone who has completed an apprenticeship. Which material or substance is most likely to give off hazardous vapor? Wet concrete, glue, dust, rubber. Before clearing up some rubble inside a building, why is it advisable to spray water on it? To prevent dust clouds, to kill any insects in it, to save time, so it doesn't make a mess.
Which of the following is true regarding harmful construction dust? It is usually a rust red colour. It can always be seen in normal light. It is often invisible to the naked eye. It always triggers hay fever.
Engine-driven equipment is being used in a deep excavation. Which of the following should be in place? Gas monitoring alarms, additional excavation covers, a vehicle marshal, additional stop blocks. What illness are you most likely to develop if you breathe in dust and fumes over long periods of time? Skin cancer, laryngitis, occupational lung disease, occupational dermatitis.
What can wearing respiratory protective equipment, RPE, prevent workers from? Vertigo when working at height, breaking bones, noise pollution, breathing in dusts and fumes. Which of the following best describes carbon monoxide? Colourless, odourless, poisonous gas. Another name for oxygen. A gas similar to methane. Odourless, harmless gas.
Pigeon droppings and nests are found in an area where you are required to work. What should you do? Wait for the pigeons to fly away before carrying on with your work. Stop work, do not touch anything and seek advice. Carry on with your work carefully so you don't disturb them. Try to catch the pigeons so you can move them out of the way. Respiratory protective equipment RPE fit tests should be carried out by whom? A supervisor in compliance with the law. The worker who will carry out the work. A competent person in compliance with the law. The manager overseeing the work. How should water be used to reduce the level of dust when cutting concrete using a cut-off saw? Enough to make the first cut, then no more will be required. Constantly the whole time the concrete is being cut. Enough to wet the surface of the concrete before cutting. Constantly until you are halfway through the concrete cut, then stop.
Which of the following statements is true about respiratory protective equipment, RPE? It will always cause facial bruising to the wearer. It will only be effective if it fits the wearer's face. It will only be effective if the equipment can be loosened. It is a one-size-fits-all piece of equipment.
What is the main risk to this worker wearing only these items of personal protective equipment, PPE? Not being able to hear colleagues. Back injury from poor posture. breathing in harmful dust. Goggles misting up, limiting vision. What is the most important consideration when wearing respiratory protective equipment, RPE? Being able to smell. The weight is correct. It is the correct colour. It has a good seal. What should you do if you find lots of old bird nests and droppings in an area you are working in? Stop working and speak to a supervisor to arrange for decontamination work. Carry on working and work around them. Sweep them up and put them in a bin liner immediately. Check there are no live birds present, then carry on working. Breathing in dust while using a cutting disc to cut through concrete could result in which of the following diseases? Leptospirosis, silicosis, Legionnaires, asbestosis. Which two factors determine the appropriate type of respiratory protective equipment, RPE, to be used for a job? Whether the RPE is made of rubber or plastic, the amount of time since a hazardous spill, the type of hazardous substance, the amount of hazardous substances in the air, whether the worker wants to wear RPE or not. The seal of your respiratory protective equipment, RPE, can be broken by which two things? Facial hair, a hearing aid, earrings, makeup, facial scarring.
What system is a method of dust control? Damp extraction system, ducted heating system, humidifying system, on-tool extraction system.
What is the main risk to this worker wearing only these items of personal protective equipment, PPE? Goggles misting up, limiting vision. Not being able to hear colleagues. Breathing in harmful dust. Back injury from poor posture. Planned work requires the use of a power tool to cut or grind materials. Select the two best ways to control the dust. Keep the area clean and tidy. Wet cutting. Work slowly and carefully. Wear a dust mask. Fit a dust extractor or collector to the machine. When working with materials creating dust, what should be monitored? The smell the dust creates, the level of exposure to the dust, the direction in which the dust travels, the colour of dust created. How should contaminated respiratory protective equipment, RPE, be considered when being disposed of? As hazardous waste, as compostable wastes, as normal waste products, as recyclable materials. Hydrogen sulfide is a gas given off by rotting organic substances. Which two statements are true about hydrogen sulfide? It is dark brown at room temperature. It can cause unconsciousness in a few breaths. It is a harmless natural gas. It is dangerous because it can disable the sense of smell. It can safely be detected by using a naked flame. Which of the following two options are likely to cause the most dust exposure? Using hand tools outside. Working with wet or damp materials. Using power tools without extraction. Using power tools with extraction. Working with dry materials. The seal between an item of respiratory protective equipment, RPE, and a worker's face is most likely to be affected by which two of the following? The wearer's age, dust levels, beard growth, sunlight, wearing safety goggles. If you have been given a dust mask to protect you against hazardous fumes, what should you do? Start work without a mask, but take regular breaks outside. Wear a second dust mask on top of the first one in order to increase the protection. Do the job wearing the mask, but work as quickly as you can. Do not start work until you have the correct respiratory protective equipment, RPE. What can cause occupational asthma? Breathing in hazardous dust, fumes or vapours. Exposure to rat urine whilst working. Exposure to loud noise on a regular basis. Skin contact with any hazardous substance. Which of the following is not an immediate health effect of being exposed to paints and resins which have high levels of solvents? Headaches and sickness, muscular and skeletal disorders, drowsiness or poor coordination, dermatitis or skin problems. What is the main cause of long-term health issues in the construction industry? Being struck by a vehicle, breathing in hazardous dust and fumes, slipping and tripping, exposure to loud noise. Which of the following do you not need to do to ensure that someone's mask works? Check the mask is being worn correctly. Check the mask underwater to make sure the seals are tight. Check the mask is the correct type needed. Check the user has passed a face fit test while wearing the mask. Why is it important to be clean-shaven when using a half-mask respirator? You will be able to use the same mask for longer. Facial hair can block the filter more quickly. You may suffer an allergic reaction to the mask. Facial hair can affect the seal around your face. What best describes how workers should treat dust? Assume dust is not safe wherever they are working. Assume dust is safe if they don't feel any ill effects. Assume dust is safe unless told otherwise. Assume dust is safe if they are working outdoors.
Which one of the following is the most serious consequence of regularly breathing in construction dust? life-shortening illness. Collapsed lung. Having to take time off work. Getting asthma.
Where are you likely to be exposed to the highest quantities of dust when drilling, cutting, sanding or grinding? Outside on a windy day. Inside a small room. Outside on a still day. Inside a large space. What potential disease is this worker unprotected from? Nasal cancer, dermatitis, skin cancer, tetanus. Asbestosis is associated with exposure to asbestos. Which part of the body does this disease affect? Feet, lungs, hands, brain.
The use of respiratory protective equipment, RPE, is most likely required in which environment? Where work at height is being carried out. Where there is dust or fumes. Where heavy manual labour is required. Where there is excessive heat.
After asbestos, which of the following causes the most ill health to construction workers? Resin, solvent and paint vapours. Silica dust. Wood and MDF dust. Diesel fumes.
The inhalation of construction dust can result in which one of these diseases? Tonsillitis, swine flu, silicosis, leprosy. Which of the following can be prevented by wearing respiratory protective equipment, RPE? Absorbing harmful radiation. Inhaling dust and fumes. Injecting hazardous liquids. Absorbing hazardous substances.
What should you do if someone near you is using noisy equipment and you have no hearing protection? Ask them to stop what they are doing as it is disrupting other workers on site. Carry on with your work as you are not the person using the noisy equipment. Speak to the other person's supervisor to stop them making the noise. Leave the area until you have the correct personal protective equipment, PPE.
Why is overexposure to vibratory tools and equipment a serious issue? The long-term effects of vibration are not known. There are no early warning signs of damage caused by vibration. Vibration can cause disabling health conditions that cannot be cured. There is no way that exposure to vibration can be prevented.
If you hear a ringing sound in your ears after working with noisy equipment, what does this mean? The noise level was high but acceptable. Your hearing has been temporarily damaged. Your hearing protection was working properly. You have also been subjected to vibration. What health problem can be caused by using handheld vibrating tools? An itchy skin irritation like dermatitis affecting your hands. Damage to the blood vessels in your fingers and hands. Blisters on your fingers and hands. skin cancer on your hands and arms, can the damage by exposure to noise over a long period of time be reversed? No, unless medication is used. Yes, if you have an operation. No, the damage is permanent. Yes, if you change jobs. Using a grinder whilst wearing this personal protective equipment, PPE, could result in which of the following? Lung disease, Weil's disease, eye injuries, hearing damage.
What should you do if you need to wear ear defenders but an ear pad is missing from one of the shells? Take an ear pad from another set of ear defenders. Leave them off and work without any hearing protection. Do not work in noisy areas until they are replaced. Put them on and work with them as they are.
Which one of these tools is the most likely to cause hand-arm vibration syndrome, HAVS, HAVS? Hammer drill, hand saw, battery-powered screwdriver, hammer and chisel.
Which of the following is the main cause of hand-arm vibration? Avoiding using equipment that vibrates. Regular use of handheld tools and equipment that vibrate. Using a low vibration equipment for short periods of time. Taking part in training using vibrating equipment.
What risk does this worker face by using this tool on a regular basis? Back injury caused by using heavy equipment. Dermatitis from repetitive use. Weil's disease caused by the dust. Hand-arm vibration from prolonged use. If you have to use a vibrating tool, what would you expect your supervisor to do? Watch you using the tool to assess the level of vibration. Explain safe methods of use and give advice on exposure times. Measure the level of vibration every time you use the tool. Ask you to make up your own safe system of work for use of the tool. Noise levels may be a problem if you have to raise your voice to be heard by someone standing how far away? If you need to wear disposable foam earplugs, how should you insert them so they protect your hearing from damage? Do not roll or fold them and insert them halfway into your ear canal. Roll them up and insert them while pulling the top of your ear up to open up the ear canal. Soak them in water, squeeze them out, and then insert them into your ear canal. Fold them in half, pull on your earlobe, and wedge them halfway into your ear. You have been using a vibrating tool and the ends of your fingers are starting to tingle. What does this mean? You can carry on using the tool, but you must hold it more tightly. You can carry on using the tool, but you must loosen your grip. You must not use this tool or any other vibrating tool ever again. You need to report your symptoms before they cause a problem. What should you do if you have to raise your voice to make yourself heard on site? Stop work and raise it with your supervisor. Carry on working as it is not a problem. Pack up and leave the site. Tell the person making the noise to stop work. What are 2 recommended ways to protect your hearing? Ear defenders over your ears. Soft cloth pads over your ears. Earplugs in your ears. Cotton wool pads over your ears. Rolled tissue paper in your ears. What are 3 early signs of hand-arm vibration syndrome, HAVS? Rash on the fingers. Temporary loss of feeling in the fingers. Fingertips turn white. Blisters on the fingers. Tingling or a pins and needles sensation in the fingers. What are the signs and symptoms of noise-related hearing damage? Nausea and a skin rash around your ears. There are no signs or symptoms associated with hearing damage. Difficulty following a conversation, especially against background noise. Ear infections and regular headaches. Your doctor tells you that you have hand-arm vibration syndrome, HAVS, possibly caused through work. What should you do? Tell no one, as HAVS is not reportable. Tell no one, as it's not contagious. Only inform your friends at work. Inform your supervisor or employer. What is hand-arm vibration syndrome, HAVS? A mild skin rash that will go away eventually. A serious skin condition affecting the arms that will not clear up. A range of conditions that can lead to permanent damage. An injury caused by severe frostbite to the hands. What is the main risk to this worker wearing only these items of personal protective equipment, PPE? Breathing in harmful dust. Dermatitis to skin. Damage to hearing. Eye injuries. What should an employee do if they think noise at work may have damaged their hearing? Plug their ears with cotton wool to stop any more damage. Take time off work as they are unwell. Nothing, as the damage has already been done. Ask their employer or doctor to arrange a hearing test. How can you help reduce the risk of hand-arm vibration when using a vibrating tool? Use more force on the tool. Do not grip the tool too tightly. Hold the tool more tightly. Hold the tool at arm's length. What do the initials HAVS stand for? Hand and ventilation system. Heavy arm vibration system. Hand-arm vibration syndrome. Heat and ventilation syndrome. How can excessive noise levels affect your hearing? Give 2 answers. Hearing improvement. Ear infections. Temporary hearing loss. Permanent hearing loss. Dizziness and nausea. How can the effects of hand-arm vibration be reduced if you are using vibrating tools. Hold the tool as tightly as you can and work quickly. Complete the job in one long burst. Only use one hand at a time on the tool. Do not smoke, as it affects blood circulation. You are less likely to suffer from hand-arm vibration syndrome, HAVS, if you feel which one of the following: warm and dry, cold but dry, wet but warm, cold and wet. Which two potential health issues are more likely when using a hammer drill for long periods of time? Hepatitis, carpal tunnel syndrome, vibration white finger, head injuries, speech impairment. What does wearing hearing protection do? Helps you to hear better. Stops you hearing all noise in the workplace. Reduces damaging noise to an acceptable level. Repairs your hearing if it is damaged. What are the minimum facilities that must be provided on site for washing your hands? A cold water standpipe and paper towels. A water container, bowl and paper towels. There is no need to provide washing facilities. Hot and cold water, soap and a way to dry your hands.
Which of the following is the main cause of skin cancer? Exposure to ultraviolet sun rays, working indoors, skin being irritated by overalls, working in rainy conditions. Which of the following can have symptoms of lack of concentration, anger and problems with sleeping? Sight loss, overeating, stress, repetitive strain injury.
Prolonged exposure to sunlight could cause what? Hair loss, abrasion, dental issues, burns.
When someone feels they may have mental health issues, which of the following is a good thing to do? Never ask for assistance. Wait until your symptoms are worse before telling your manager. Wait until your appraisal to tell your manager you are worried about your mental health. Ask for help as early as possible.
What is the best way for a worker to avoid becoming stressed because of an overload of work? Make sure they take medication before going to work. Put up with the extra work, but make sure overtime is paid. Speak openly and regularly with their manager or employer about workloads. Only do what is manageable because someone else will pick up the extra.
The effects of mental health issues at work can be managed by what? Call in sick to work regularly. Avoid personal discussions with our workmates. Talk about the issues with a supervisor or manager. Hide any difficulties from colleagues and your supervisor.
Which statement about mental health is true? It always has an obvious cause. It is always caused by stress. It can have no obvious cause. It is never caused by stress.
What other illness can be easily confused with the early signs of Weil's disease, leptospirosis? Dermatitis, diabetes, influenza, flu, hay fever.
If you suspect someone at work has been drinking alcohol, what should you do? Report the situation to your supervisor, as they may be unsafe to work. Get them to drink plenty of strong coffee before they go back to work. Get them to eat and drink something, wait 30 minutes and then go back to work. Ask them to stay away for an hour and then go back to work. Fatigue could affect work rates of a worker. What does this mean? They will work consistently as there are no issues. They will work more slowly as they will feel tired. They will be able to work faster as they will have lots of energy. They will work at the same rate but will need monitoring.
How does tetanus, an infection that you can catch from contaminated land or water, get into your body? Through your nose when you breathe. Through your mouth when you eat or drink. Through an open cut in your skin. Through the pores in your skin.
Which is the most important reason for keeping work areas clean and tidy? It will help you get more work in future. So you look organised to your supervisor. You will be less likely to have an accident. To stop the spread of infection. Which two of the following are the best ways to reduce the risks of slips and trips for pedestrians? Audio messaging being played. Warning sirens. Adequate heating. Adequate lighting. Good housekeeping.
What type of work is most likely to result in fatigue? Quiet and interesting. Exciting and enjoyable. New and challenging. Repetitive and monotonous. When absorption granules from a spill kit have been used on oil, what action should be taken? Clear them up and place them in a sealed waste bag ready for specialist disposal. Clear them up straight away and put them into a general waste skip. Use water to help clean up excess oil before specialist disposal. Leave them on the oil for a few days before clearing it into the general waste. Which one of the following is good advice for helping to cope with stress? Get enough rest. Drink more alcohol. Keep it to yourself. Work longer hours. What action should shift workers take at work if they are taking time-dependent medication such as insulin? Not tell their colleagues each time they need to take their medication during the shift. Consult their doctor and inform their manager to help plan how to accommodate this. Only work shifts after they have taken their required medication. Ask colleagues to help them remember when to take their medication.
Which one of the following is it good practice for lone workers to have access to for personal safety? Telephone and alarm systems. A place to sit down. The correct tools. Energizing music.
When should an oil spill be cleaned up? Immediately. It could cause someone to slip. When it has dried. Never. It will be absorbed into the ground. At the end of the shift.
What condition can be caused by direct sunlight on bare skin? Acne, rickets, dermatitis, skin cancer.
Mind is a charity that does what? Provides advice and support to empower anyone experiencing a mental health problem. Provides housing for retired construction workers. Controls and monitors health and safety in the workplace. Represents people who are very intelligent and want to improve their IQ.
What should you do if there is nowhere on site to wash your hands? Speak to your supervisor or the site manager about the problem. Go to the local public toilets and use their wash basin. Wait until you get home, then wash them. Nothing, as the site does not have to provide washing facilities. What is the main issue with using barrier cream to protect your skin? It costs too much to use every day. It can be broken down by some substances. It can irritate your skin and give you dermatitis. It is difficult to wash off.
A work task results in cables from power tools running across a walkway. What action should be taken? While working, look out for anyone approaching to warn them. Think about cancelling the job because it is too dangerous. Consider using cordless tools or running the cables at high level. Put up signs that the fire escape is out of order temporarily.
If your doctor has given you some medication, which of these questions is the most important to ask? Will I fail a drugs test if my employer asks for one? Will it make me work more slowly and earn less money? Will it cause me to oversleep and be late for work? Will it make me unsafe to work or operate machinery? What is the most important reason for keeping your work area clean and tidy? So that waste skips can be emptied more often. It saves time cleaning up at the end of the week. To recycle waste and help the environment. To help prevent slips, trips and falls.
How should absence records containing specific medical information relating to an employee be treated? The records can be shared with the workforce as long as they do not say anything. Confidentially, in accordance with data protection laws. As public information, in accordance with freedom of information. Provided to the rest of the workforce to prevent others taking time off.
What is the most likely source of hepatitis in this image?
Which one of the following is true of the symptoms of stress? They are the same for everybody. They take a while to develop. They always develop very quickly. They can be different for each individual. Fatigue may be a result of what? working long hours, good sleeping patterns, a healthy diet, good work-life balance. A worker is suffering stress caused by their line manager. What should they do? Find and follow the company procedures to address it. Get another job that will be less demanding. Complain to their manager. Try to work faster to keep the manager happy. Rest areas on site should be equipped with which of the following? Settees and chairs, televisions and tables, seating and tables, seating and radio.
A worker with a full UK driving licence has been asked to move a machine they have never been trained on. What should the worker do? They can move the machine as they have a full UK driver's licence. Explain that they are not trained and competent to move it. Move the machine as long as there is a vehicle marshaller. Move the machine as long as there is no one else near it.
What can help to reduce fatigue? Going to the gym less. Taking regular breaks at work. Eating larger meals during break times. Drinking alcohol after work. A worker creates offcuts on site. Who is responsible for clearing them away? The foreman, the worker, the supervisor, the site manager. Which one of the following is most likely to cause stress at work? A lack of job security but a permanent contract. Job satisfaction but fear of redundancy. Job security and a permanent contract. A lack of job security and fear of redundancy.
What is one sign that employees are feeling stressed at work? Increased productivity on site. High staff turnover rates. Fewer accidents on site. Long-term staff retention rates.
What are 2 ways of reducing the risk of transferring hazardous substances from your hands to your mouth? Putting barrier cream on your hands before eating. Washing protective gloves before each use. Washing your hands before eating. Wearing protective gloves while you are working. Using barrier cream for working activities. What can cause occupational dermatitis? Contact with another person who has dermatitis. Working in the sun without sun cream. Using tools that vibrate. Contact with some strong chemicals or substances.
Which disease is most likely to be caught through cuts, grazes or puncture wounds? Cancer, Legionella, tetanus, dermatitis. Which one of the following must be provided on site? Breakfast, snacks, drinking water, free transport home. To help protect outdoor workers from the risk of skin cancer from sun exposure, what should be worn? A small amount of deodorant and vest tops. Extra moisturizer on the face and short-sleeved shirts. Low-factor tanning oil and short-sleeved shirts. High-factor sunscreen and long-sleeved clothing.
With regard to drugs, which two of the following statements are true? It is always safe to work when taking prescription medication. Drinking alcohol makes workers' reaction times slower. Prescription medication can make people drowsy and affect their judgment. Only illegal drugs can affect a worker's safety and productivity on site. It is sensible to take stimulants when a large amount of work needs quick completion. Which of the following are common mental health issues? Hand-arm vibration syndrome, paralysis and halitosis, dermatitis, skin, depression and anxiety.
Which of the following is true of clearing waste to maintain a tidy site? Clearing waste should be carried out at the end of a shift. Construction sites are dirty anyway and do not need clearing. Construction workers are not responsible for clearing waste. Clearing waste should be a continuous process.
What should you use to clean very dirty hands? Soap and water, paraffin, thinners, white spirit.
How can mental well-being be negatively affected? Having considerate friends. Feeling valued at work. A happy home life. Stress at work. If a sink on site is blocked and the water supply has failed, what should you do? Find a plunger. Buy water from the vending machines. Get used to the situation. Speak to a supervisor. What is a potential negative effect of working shift work? Lower wages. Productivity increase. Worker fatigue. Effective teamwork.
Who has a duty to protect an individual from stress at work? The union, the employer, the government, the local authority. When an employee returns to work after an absence due to illness, what should they speak about with their employer? Any treatment costs they have to pay to help them get back to work. The number of times they have visited their doctor before returning to work. The details of the illness to make sure no one else can catch it. The effects of medication they are taking which could affect safety at work. The ground has become muddy on site. What could be done to prevent the ground becoming slippery? Improve lighting. Improve signage. Treat the surface with gravel. Treat the surface with salt.
Workers are likely to suffer the highest levels of fatigue due to what? Appropriately designed shift work schedules and reduced production targets. Poorly designed shift work schedules and reduced production targets. Poorly designed shift work schedules and long working hours. Appropriately designed shift work schedules and short working hours.
Which one of the following statements is true? People experiencing mental health problems tend to be violent or dangerous. Mental health problems are rare among construction workers. Mental health problems are common and can happen to anyone. Learning difficulties and mental health problems are the same. If the toilets on your site are dirty or do not flush, what should you do? Tell the person in charge of the site about the problem. Try to fix the faulty toilet yourself. See if you can use public toilets nearby. Try not to use the toilets while you are at work.
How can everyone on site help keep rats away? Put all food and drink rubbish into bins provided. Put rat traps and poison around the site. Throw food scraps over the fence or hoarding. Ask the local authority to put down rat poison.
If a worker is feeling stressed, when is the best time for them to address the issue? Only after the stress level gets so bad it causes an accident. As soon as they realise they have symptoms of stress. In about 6 months, if the issue is still causing them stress. When they have finished work and they are away from the workplace.
What may be the result of a worker being fatigued? An increase in errors made. A decrease in errors made. A decrease in knowledge. An increase in productivity.
In what situation are you most likely to catch Weil's disease, leptospirosis? If you work near air conditioning units. If you drink water from a standpipe. If you work near wet ground, waterways or sewers. If you work fixing showers or baths.
If a worker is feeling symptoms or showing signs of stress at work, what should they do? Speak to someone they trust, like a friend or someone independent. Arrive and start work at a later time. Tell the rest of the team about their problems. Eat or drink more during the day. Reducing the risk of cuts and abrasions would require protection for what part of the body? Blood, hair, bones, skin. What is the main risk to this worker wearing only these items of personal protective equipment, PPE? Eye injuries, cuts and abrasions to breathing in harmful dust, damage to hearing.
Stress usually affects which type of person? Only managers. Those with poor budgeting skills. Anyone. Older people. Which of the following can be an indicator of stress? Increased productivity. Inability to deal with usual workload. Feelings of confidence at work. Feeling valued at work.
Why should you not use white spirit or other solvents to clean your hands? They could block the pores of the skin. They could strip the protective oils from the skin. They will remove several layers of skin. They could carry harmful bacteria that attack the skin. Select the two images in which the worker is correctly protecting themselves from possible cuts or abrasions. Washing no gloves, painting with gloves, carrying with no gloves, scraping with gloves, scrubbing no gloves.
What is one of the best ways to overcome negative workplace attitudes about mental health issues? Tell workmates that you are an expert in mental health issues. Make sure no one with a mental health issue gets hired. Avoid talking about it and the problem will resolve itself. Talk and listen about mental health openly and without judgment.
What is the organisation The Samaritans? A political party which supports looking after vulnerable people. A trade union organisation offering financial and legal support. A charity that provides emotional support for people who are struggling to cope. A charity offering construction training to young, vulnerable people.
When might people suffering with mental health issues need help at work? They will regularly need help to avoid them having a panic attack. Up to once a week to take some of the strain off them. When their site supervisor or manager says so. As and when a situation arises in which help is needed.
Which one of the following statements about mental health is true? Mental health has to do with our general knowledge. Mental health is all about our intelligence. Mental health is all about how we think and remember things. Mental and physical health are directly linked. What would be a good way of reducing fatigue in the workforce? Rotating shift patterns. Random start and finish times. Regular start and finish times. Early start times and a late finish.
What should you do if you are concerned about a colleague's mental health? Speak to them about it. Speak to a doctor about it. Tell all the team about it. Nothing. It's not your problem. Lone workers are most at risk from what? Violence, sleeplessness, paranoia, humiliation. When is the risk of an accident occurring at work most likely to be increased? When a worker has used drugs before starting a shift. When a worker likes the music on the radio. When a worker arrived late for work. When a worker is experienced.
What sort of rest area should your employer provide on site? A covered area, chairs and a way to boil water and heat food. A canteen serving food, drinks and cold sandwiches. A covered area with some comfortable chairs and running water. Employers don't have to provide rest areas as long as rest breaks are provided. If your doctor says that you contracted Weil's disease, leptospirosis, on site, why do you need to tell your employer? Your employer has to warn your colleagues not to go near you. The site on which you contracted it will have to be closed down. It must be reported to the Health and Safety Executive, HSE. Your employer will need to call pest control to remove rats on site.
Being satisfied with your job can lead to what? Feeling less happy at work. Feeling more stressed at work. Feeling unpopular at work. Feeling less stressed at work.
Which animal is the most likely carrier of Weil's disease, leptospirosis, on construction sites? Rats, cats, rabbits, squirrels.
Accidents and errors are most likely to occur in which type of situations? Taking medication correctly. Misuse of alcohol and drugs. On an empty stomach. Drinking energy drinks. When a worker is fatigued, what could happen? They are more likely to resign from their job. They are able to work with increased accuracy. They will be more likely to have an accident at work. They will be able to work faster and be more productive.
When referring to protection, what is a high UV rate cream designed to protect you from? Legionella, sunburn, dermatitis, abrasions. When should you apply barrier cream to your skin? As part of first aid treatment, when you can't find your gloves, before you start work, when you finish work.
Which of the following is a definition of work-related stress? The adverse reaction people have to excessive pressures or demands placed on them. The positive reaction people have to working excessive hours for extra overtime. The positive reaction people have to being given an additional workload. The abnormal reaction to additional responsibilities being given at work.
Loss of appetite, fatigue and tearfulness are common symptoms of what? Hand-arm vibration syndrome, skin problems such as dermatitis, mental health issues or stress, repetitive strain injury and back pain. How can physical stress of a job be reduced? Repetitive actions when working, making equipment challenging to use, job rotation and task variation, an increase in pay for the same job.
Who should drive company vehicles? Any construction site manager or supervisor. Anyone with a learner driver permit. Any employee who is competent and authorized. Any junior apprentice workers. If a worker confides in a colleague that they have suffered from a mental health issue, what should the colleague do? Treat them as they would any other work colleague. Do their work for them because they might not be able to cope. Let other colleagues know so they can avoid working with them. Inform the site supervisor and first aider. What does it mean if you have to twist or turn your body when you lift and place a load? You must wear a back brace in this situation. The weight you can lift safely will be more than usual. The weight you can lift safely will be less than usual. You will be able to lift the same weight as usual. What should you do if you have been told how to lift a heavy load, but you think there is a better way to do it? Ask your workmates to decide which way you should do it. Forget your idea and do it the way you have been told. Discuss your idea with your supervisor before lifting. Ignore what you have been told and do it your way. You need to move a load that might be too heavy for you. What 3 methods could you use? Ask someone to help you. Use an aid, such as a trolley or wheelbarrow. Test the load's weight by picking it up for a short time. Drag the load to avoid lifting it. Divide the load into smaller loads if possible. Which 3 of the following factors must you think about to lift a load safely? Its size and shape. Its weight. What the value of it is. How to grip or hold it firmly. Whether the contents are insured. The acronym TILE, T-I-L-E, stands for what? Task, individual, load, environment. Treat, individual, lower, evaluate. Train, individual, lift, environment. Temperature, individual, lighting, evaluate. What is the main reason for using lifting aids when undertaking a manual handling activity? Training is not required to use them. They help reduce the risk of personal injury. They are expensive and should be used. Any load can be lifted when using them. When should workers be provided with training on safe lifting techniques? During their job interview. After manual handling or lifting. Only when there is a budget to pay a trainer. Before manual handling or lifting. What is the outcome of wearing a back support belt when lifting? You can lift any load without being injured. You could face the same risk of injury. You will crush your backbone and damage it. You can safely lift more than usual. If you are required to lift a heavy load, what must your employer do? Complete a risk assessment of the task. Watch you while you lift the load. Nothing. Lifting loads is a part of your job. Make sure that a supervisor is there to advise you while you lift. You need to lift a load that is not heavy, but it is so big that you cannot see in front of you. What should you do? Ask someone to help carry the load so that you can both see ahead. Get someone to walk in front of you and tell others to get out of the way. Get someone to walk next to you and give directions. Move the load on your own. It is so large that anyone in your way is sure to see it.
Which part of the body is most likely to be injured when lifting heavy loads?
You are using a wheelbarrow to move a heavy load. Is this manual handling? Yes, you are still manually handling the load. Only if the load slips out of the wheelbarrow. No, because the wheelbarrow is carrying the load. only if the wheelbarrow is pulled instead of pushed.
Who should be involved in planning the safe system of work for your manual handling? You and your colleagues. You and your supervisor or employer. The Health and Safety Executive, HSE. Your supervisor or employer.
Which one of the following could cause back and musculoskeletal problems for a worker? Good planning to reduce lifting heavy loads. Reducing the maximum lifting weight. Positioning materials away from the work area. Using machines for lifting operations whenever possible. What are two risks of carrying a load in cold, damp conditions? The route you take could be slippery. You will need to work more quickly to warm up. Your ability to carry the load safely will be reduced. The load will feel lighter due to the cold conditions. The load will be easier to carry. What is an advantage of adopting safe manual handling methods? You can leave work earlier that day. You can increase your strength and lift heavier loads. You can lift heavier and awkward loads more often. You can protect your back, reducing the risk of injury. Which of the following is the best method to help minimize the risk of injury when moving loads on site? Make the area flatter before performing the task. Remove all awkward-shaped loads from the site. Use lifting aids wherever possible on site. Ask a trained person to carry the load. What must all workers do under the regulations for manual handling? Follow their employer's safe systems of work. Make a list of all the heavy things they have to carry. Wear back support belts when lifting things at work. Lift any size of load once the risk assessment has been done. What is the main reason for ensuring safe manual handling techniques in the workplace? To complete the job quickly. To prevent personal injury. To satisfy the client's requirements. To prepare for safety inspections. Your new job involves some manual handling, but an old injury means that you have a weak back. What should you do? Tell your supervisor that lifting might be a problem. Tell your supervisor you can lift anything on site. Try some lifting, then tell your supervisor about your back. Tell your supervisor about your back if it gets injured again. What should you do if you need to carry a load down a steep slope? Carry the load on your shoulder. Walk backwards down the slope to help you balance. Put the load down and let gravity move it down the slope. Assess whether you can still carry the load safely. A wheel comes off a trolley you are using to move a heavy load a long distance. What should you do? Drag the trolley on your own for the rest of the journey. Carry the load for the rest of the journey. Ask someone to help you pull the trolley for the rest of the journey. Find another way to move the load and complete the journey. You need to move a load that might be too heavy for you. You cannot divide it into smaller parts and there is no one to help you. What should you do? Try to lift it using the correct lifting methods. Lift and move the load quickly to avoid injury. Get a forklift truck, even though you have not been trained to use it. Do not move the load until you have a safe way of doing it. If you need to reach above your head to place a load or lower a load to the floor, which of these is not true? You can safely handle more weight than usual. It will be more difficult to keep your back straight. You will put extra stress on your arms and your back. The load will be more difficult to control.
If you need to move a load that is heavier on one side than the other, how should you pick it up? With the heavy side away from you. With the heavy side on your strong arm. With the heavy side on your weak arm. With the heavy side towards you.
What two things are important for the use of manual handling lifting aids? The lifting aid must be designed for the task. The lifting aid can only be used outside. The user must hold a CSCS card. Lifting aids must not be more than 6 months old. Users must be trained in the correct use of the lifting aid.
Which part of the body is most likely to be injured when lifting heavy loads? If you have to move a load while you are sitting down, how much can you lift safely? Less than the usual amount. The usual amount. Twice the usual amount. 3 times the usual amount. Which sign is categorized as a mandatory sign? What does this sign mean? No entry during the day. No access for pedestrians. No entry without a hard hat. No lone working.
How should a container or any residue be disposed of if it has this sign on the label or packaging? If it is a liquid and less than 1 litre, you can pour it down a drain. Leave it somewhere for other people to deal with. Put it in any type of skip or bin. Follow specific instructions on the label and in the work instructions.
Match the signs below with their correct categories. Prohibition. Mandatory. Safe condition. Warning. Which sign is warning you about a slippery surface?
What does this sign mean? No smoking. Smoking is allowed. Danger. No naked flames. What does this sign mean? Emergency shower. Toilets and shower facilities. Fire sprinklers above. Emergency eye wash. Which image shows the worker correctly following these site safety signs?
What are round red and white signs with a diagonal line? Prohibition signs, meaning you must not do something. Warning signs, alerting you to hazards or danger. Mandatory signs, meaning you must do something. Safe condition signs, giving you information.
What does this sign mean? It tells you where the canteen is located. It tells you which direction to walk in. It tells you where the site induction room is located. It tells you where to assemble in an emergency.
Which sign means that a substance is corrosive?
What should you do if you see this label on a container or packaging? Find out what protection you need, as the substance is corrosive. Do not use it, as the substance is poisonous and could harm you. Find out what hand cleaner you will need, as the substance will not wash off easily. Wash your hands with cold water after you have used the substance.
Match the signs below with their correct categories. Prohibition. Mandatory. Safe condition. Warning. What does this sign mean? Plant operators wanted. Manual handling is not allowed. Storage area. Industrial vehicles operating. Which sign is a warning about high voltage electricity? Match the signs below with their correct categories. Prohibition. Mandatory. Safe condition. Warning. Which sign is categorized as a warning sign?
What does this sign mean? Emergency eye wash. Emergency shower. Safety glasses cleaning station. Warning, risk of splashing. What should you do if you see this label on a container or packaging? Do not use it, as the substance is poisonous. Find out what protection you need, as the substance is harmful. Use it sparingly, as the substance is very expensive. Wear gloves and an apron, as the substance can burn your skin. Which of the following is a safe condition sign?
What are blue and white signs? Prohibition signs, meaning you must not do something. Safe condition signs, giving you information. Warning signs, alerting you to hazards or danger. Mandatory signs, meaning you must do something.
What does this sign mean? Hot surface, do not touch. Wear flame-proof hand protection. Fire alarm call point. Emergency light switch.
Which sign means that a substance could cause damage to organs if inhaled?
Match the signs below with their correct categories. Prohibition. Mandatory. Safe condition. Warning.
What do green and white signs represent? Prohibition signs, warning signs, alerting you to hazards or danger. Safe condition signs, giving you information. Mandatory signs, meaning you must do something.
What does this sign mean? Slip hazard. Water in work area. No barrier provided. Unstable surface.
What should you do if you see this label on a container or packaging? Dispose of the substance or contents by burning. Find out how to use the substance safely as it is flammable. Find out how to use the substance safely as it could explode. Warm up the contents first with heat or a naked flame. What does this sign mean? Safety gloves do not need to be worn. Safety gloves must be worn. Safety gloves must be carried at all times. Safety glove disposal point.
What does this sign mean? Wi-Fi enabled area. No mobile phones. Mobile phones are allowed. Mobile phone charging point.
Match the signs below with their correct categories. Mandatory. Warning. Prohibition. Safe condition.
What does this sign mean? Open the door by sliding it to the right. The site entrance is to the right. Escape route or emergency exit is to the right. One-way pedestrian route.
What does this sign mean? Warning, high voltage. Warning, rotating object. Warning, radioactive material. Warning, laser beams.
Which sign is categorized as a prohibition sign? Match the signs below with their correct categories. Prohibition. Mandatory. Safe condition. Warning.
What does this sign mean? Do not touch. Use the handrail. No gloves. Stop button.
What does this sign mean? Assemble here in the event of a fire. Do not store flammable materials here. Parking reserved for emergency service vehicles. Fire extinguishers and firefighting equipment kept here.
Match the signs below with their correct categories. Prohibition, mandatory, safe condition, warning.
What does this sign mean? Warning, bright lights or lasers. Eye protection must be worn. Eye protection cleaning station. Goggles must be clean.
What does this sign mean? Not for washing. Do not use the tap. Do not wash your vehicle. Not drinkable.
What does this sign mean? Hearing protection must be worn. Hearing protection can be worn. No personal electronic devices. Caution, noisy machinery.
Match the signs below with their correct categories. Prohibition, mandatory, safe condition, warning.
What does this sign mean? Turn key to open fire door. Do not use if there is a fire. Fire hose reel located here. Press here to sound the fire alarm.
What does this sign mean? Warning, substance or contents are harmful. Warning, substance or contents are combustible or flammable. Warning, substance or contents could explode. Warning, dispose of substance or contents by burning.
Which sign means that a substance is toxic if swallowed or inhaled?
What does this sign mean? Assembly point, fire point, accident and emergency department, first aid. What should you do if you see this label on a container or packaging? Do not use the substance as it is poisonous. Use the substance very carefully to avoid spills or splashing it on yourself. Find out what protection is needed as the substance is toxic. Make sure the substance is stored out of the reach of children.
Match the sign below with their correct descriptions. Toxic, harmful to the environment. Corrosive, flammable.
What does this sign mean? No safety helmets in this area. Dispose of damaged safety helmets here. Safety helmets must be worn. Only white safety helmets allowed in this area.
What are yellow and black signs? Safe condition signs, giving you information. Mandatory signs, meaning you must do something. Prohibition signs, meaning you must not do something. Warning signs, alerting you to hazards or danger. Which three of the following should be labelled with this sign? Raw asbestos. Plasterboard waste. Asbestos waste. Any product containing asbestos. Recyclable waste.
What does this sign mean? Wellington boots must be worn. Be aware of slip and trip hazards. No dirty footwear past this point. Safety footwear must be worn.
Which sign means harmful to the environment?
Which one of the following groups needs to be aware of emergency procedures on site? Everyone who is on site. Only the designated first aiders. The directors of the company. Visitors to the site only. Which emergency procedures should be explained in the site induction? Where to go to leave valuables in an emergency. What to do if someone is injured on site. Where to go if the fire alarm is activated. How to avoid leaving site in case it's a false alarm. How to raise the alarm in case of an emergency. If a fire occurs, how should you interact with the designated fire warden? Ignore the fire warden and follow your colleagues. Ignore the fire warden and the site manager. Follow the instructions given by the fire warden. Follow the site manager as they will know their way around the site. What action should be taken if you notice a cylinder of liquid petroleum gas, LPG, is leaking? Deliberately drain the cylinder. Turn the supply off immediately. Pour water on the cylinder to keep it cool. Don't report it to anyone except the site manager. What does a hot work permit allow you to do? Carry out work that needs warm protective clothing. Work in warm weather. Carry out work that could start a fire. Work below ground in a confined space. In addition to heat, what are the other two factors that must be present to start a fire? Argon, nitrogen, fuel, carbon dioxide, oxygen. About emergency procedures on site should be explained at which point? Within 2 weeks of start date. During overtime hours. During break or lunchtime. At the site induction. Which one of the following is true about escape routes? Escape routes should be narrow so people walk in single file. Escape routes should be kept clear and unobstructed at all times. Stored materials should be kept covered if stored on an escape route. Escape routes must have concrete walls to prevent fire.
What are two common fire risks on construction sites? 230 volt power tools, poor housekeeping and build-up of waste, uncontrolled hot works, timber racks, 110 volt extension reels.
When is it safe for a worker to refuel a petrol-powered saw that they are using? When it is turned off and cooled down. While it is running slowly. It can be refueled at any time. As soon as it is completely empty. What additional rules might a person working alone be asked to follow? Never speak to the general public. Make regular radio or mobile phone contact. Complete an additional timesheet. Carry 2 sets of personal protective equipment, PPE. If you discover a fire, what is the first thing that you should do? Raise the alarm. Try to put out the fire. Put your tools away. Finish what you are doing. Which of the following statements about gas leaking from a liquefied petroleum gas, LPG cylinder, is true? It's not a problem if a risk assessment has been carried out beforehand. Any leak will always cause a fire and evacuation should be immediate. It can catch fire at some distance from the original leak and flash back to the source. It is only dangerous if there is a heat source very close to the cylinder. A worker spills a large quantity of petrol on their clothes when refueling a piece of equipment. What should they do? Wipe it off with a cloth. Change their clothes immediately. Nothing. It will evaporate quickly. Put some other clothes on top. What should you do if you need to refuel a petrol-driven saw but the container is missing its nozzle? Find the correct dispensing nozzle. Pour as quickly as possible. Try to make a dispensing nozzle yourself. Pour the petrol and wipe up any spillages. What must be checked before working in a corridor that is a fire escape route? If the doors into the corridor are locked. That fire escape signs are removed before the work starts. If the tools being used are spark-proof. That any tools and equipment do not block the route. What does it mean if there is frost around the valve on a liquefied petroleum gas, LPG, cylinder? The cylinder is nearly empty. The cylinder Why is it important to have emergency procedures on site? They help stop workplace bullying. They will stop all deaths on site. They help to control dangerous situations. They assist in creating a happy workplace. What does a permit to work authorize? Tasks to be carried out safely under strictly controlled conditions. Untrained people to operate certain tools without supervision. Health and Safety Executive, HSE inspectors to visit the site without warning. The emergency services to come onto the site after an accident. Which of the following options best describes liquefied petroleum gas, LPG? It is colourless, odourless and non-flammable. It is orange, odourless and highly flammable. It is blue, odourless and non-flammable. It is colourless, has a distinctive smell and is highly flammable. You see a driver refuelling an excavator, but most of the diesel is spilling onto the ground. What is the first thing that you should do? Tell the driver immediately and locate the spill kit. Tell your supervisor the next time that you see them. Look around for a spill kit and then tell your supervisor. Do nothing. The diesel will eventually seep into the ground. Fire emergency or precaution is not associated with which of the following signs? You are about to start a job. How will you know if you need a permit to work? The Health and Safety Executive, HSE, will give them out. Information will be given during the site induction before any work starts. Other workers on site will pass them on after they have finished with them. Permits to work are only required by managers on large sites.
Where should you go if you hear the fire alarm?
Mobile plant on site should be refueled by whom? A supervisor or manager. Only authorized people. Anyone who is asked to. Only the driver. What is the primary purpose of fire extinguishers? To tackle small fires to prevent them becoming larger. To be available and ready for when the fire services arrive. To make sure the premises pass a safety inspection. To add decoration to the walls of the construction site.
What is the fire assembly point? Where the fire extinguishers are kept. Where the fire started. Where the fire engines must go when they arrive on site. Where people must go when the fire alarm sounds. A large fire has been reported. You have not been trained to use fire extinguishers. What should you do? Report to the site office and then go home. Put away all your tools and then go to the assembly point. Go straight to the assembly point. Leave work for the day.
If your job needs a hot work permit, what 2 things would you expect to have to do? Know where all the fire extinguishers are kept on site. Write a site evacuation plan. Know how to refill fire extinguishers. Have a fire extinguisher close to the work. Check for signs of fire when you stop work. Which of these signs should be used to identify an emergency escape route? If a power tool being used on site needs refueling several times a day, where should the fuel be stored? Close to the tool. In the designated fuel store. Out.
Which two extinguishers should not be used on electrical fires? Dry powder, blue colour band. Water, red colour band. Carbon dioxide, black colour band. Foam, cream colour band.
When should emergency procedures be put in place? At the beginning of each month. After the completion of the work. Before any work begins. Annually. A worker spills a large quantity of petrol when refueling a dumper. What should they do? Contain, stop, notify. Notify, contain, stop. Stop, notify, contain. Stop, contain, notify.
Which two of these activities are likely to need a hot work permit? Refueling a diesel dump truck. Soldering pipework in a central heating system. Replacing an empty liquefied petroleum gas cylinder with a full one. Using the heaters in the drying room. Cutting steel with an angle grinder.
A worker needs to use a flammable liquid. How much should be taken from the store? Enough to last a month, but inform the site manager. No more than the manual handling rules allow. Enough to last a week to save time going to the store. Enough to carry out the immediate activity. Match the fire extinguisher with the described contents. Water for use on wood, paper, textile and solid material fires. Powder for use on liquid and electrical fires. Foam for use on liquid fires. Carbon dioxide, CO2, for use on liquid and electrical fires. Which of these statements with reference to emergency procedures is correct? They should not be changed without notice. They should not be updated and checked. They should not be clear and easily understandable. They should not be discussed with the workforce. Why is it essential to be fully trained before using a cartridge-operated tool? They can cause dermatitis when used for long periods. They have exposed electrical parts. They are heavy and could cause manual handling injuries. They operate like a gun and can be dangerous in inexperienced hands.
Which item of equipment would not require portable appliance testing? PAT. 110-volt transformer, plug-in breaker, 110-volt extension lead, hammer and bolster,
You need to use a 230-volt item of equipment. How should you protect yourself from an electric shock? Wear rubber boots and gloves. Use a generator which has been serviced. Put up safety screens around you. Use a portable residual current device, RCD. How do residual current devices, RCDs, work? Giving an audible warning. By storing electric charge. By showing a flashing light. By cutting power quickly if there is a fault. What is best practice when using a power tool with a rotating blade? Adjust the guard to expose just enough blade to let you do the job. Remove the guard so that you can clearly see the blade. Adjust the guard to expose the maximum amount of blade. Remove the guard, but wear leather gloves to protect your hands.
What does it mean if the equipment you are using is issued with a prohibition notice? You can use it as long as you take more care. Only supervisors can use it until further notice. You must not use it until it is made safe. You must not use it unless your supervisor is present.
Why are battery-powered tools preferred over 110-volt tools in a construction environment? They are quieter. They are cheaper to run. They are safer. They are more powerful. When is it safe to work close to an overhead power line? If you use a wooden ladder for access. If the power is switched off. If you do not touch the line for more than 30 seconds. If it is not raining whilst you are working. Apart from dust, vibration, noise and flying fragments, identify another significant hazard in this image. You are using a generator to power some lighting when a lamp blows. You have a spare lamp. What should you do? Replace the lamp without disconnecting the generator. Disconnect the lighting from the generator before replacing the lamp. Wait for a fully qualified electrician with a NIC/EIC card. Carry on working in the dark.
What colour is a 110-volt power cable and connector? Blue, red, black, yellow.
Why should a residual current device, RCD, be used with 230-volt tools like? No, it is not necessary to check such tools. Yes, the tools should be checked each time they are used. Only if someone else has borrowed the tools. Only if the tools have not been used for a few weeks.
You have been asked to use a hand tool or power tool on site. You know that it is the right tool for the job. What else must you check? That it was bought from a builder's merchant. That it was made in the UK. That it is inspected before you use it. That it is inspected at the start of each week.
Why do building sites use a 110-volt electricity supply instead of a 230-volt supply? It is less likely to kill you. It is cheaper. It is safer for the environment. It moves faster along the cables. What should you do if the head on your hammer becomes loose? Find another heavy tool to use instead of the hammer. Tell the other people near you to keep out of the way. Stop work and get the hammer repaired or replaced. Keep using it, but be aware that the head could come off at any time.
Why is it dangerous to run an abrasive wheel faster than its recommended maximum speed? The wheel will get clogged and stop. The wheel could shatter into many pieces. The safety guard cannot be used. The motor could burst into flames. What should you do if the electrical equipment you are using cuts out? Switch off the power and look for signs of damage. Shake it to see if it will start again. Pull the electric cable to see if it is loose. Switch the power off and on a few times.
If a power tool has a portable appliance testing (PAT) label on it, what information should be included on the label? The tool's earth loop impedance. When the tool was made. Who tested the tool before it left the factory? When the tool was last tested.
If someone near you is using a petrol cut-off saw, disc cutter, to cut concrete blocks, what 3 immediate hazards are likely to affect you? Vibration white finger, contact dermatitis, flying fragments,
Which method is used to check if a residual current device, RCD, connected to a power tool is working? Press the test button on the RCD. Run the tool at top speed to see if it cuts out. Switch the tool on and off. Use a handheld RCD test meter. What should be done before adjusting an electric hand tool? You should never adjust an electric hand tool yourself. Switch it off and remove the plug from the socket. Put tape over the power switch before adjusting. Switch it off, but leave the plug in the socket. Why is it considered poor practice to store batteries loose in a tool bag? The tool bag will be heavy and could damage your back. They give off a poisonous gas in a confined space. You might forget to charge them. If the terminals short out, they could cause a fire. You need to use an air-powered tool. What 3 hazards are likely to affect you? Airborne dust and flying fragments. An electric shock. Being struck by a poorly secured hose. Hand-arm vibration. Radiation. What is the recommended maximum voltage for electrical equipment on construction sites? 12 volts, 24 volts, 230 volts, 110 volts. You need to work near an electric cable, but the cable has bare wires. What should you do? Tell your supervisor and keep well away from the cable. Quickly touch the cable to see if it is live. Check there are no sparks coming from the cable and then start work. Push the cable out of the way so that you can start work. You have been asked to dig to expose power cables. You have been given a cable avoidance tool, CAT, to detect them. But you haven't been shown how to use it. What should you do? Dig the hole without using the cable avoidance tool. Read the manual before you start work. Ask a colleague to show you how to use it. Tell your supervisor that you haven't been trained. What are the two main visual inspections you should carry out before using a power tool? Check switches, triggers, and make sure the guards are adjusted and work correctly. Make sure the manufacturer's label hasn't come off. Check it is marked with a security stamp. Make sure the carry case isn't broken. Check the power lead, plug and casing are in good condition. What is the main advantage of using battery-powered tools rather than electrical ones? They do not need to be tested or serviced. They will not give you hand-arm vibration. They are cheaper to run. They will not give you a serious electric shock.
When do you need to check tools and equipment for damage? Once a week, each time before use, at least once a year, every day.
What should you do if an extension cable has a cut in its outer cover? Report the fault and make sure that no one else uses the cable. Check the copper wires aren't showing in the cut and then use the cable. Put a bigger fuse in the cable plug. Put electrical tape around the damaged part. Where is the best place for a portable residual current device, RCD, to be fitted? Anywhere in the 230 volt supply to the building. Between the plug of a 230 volt tool and the supply socket. Near to the main fuse box. Inside the main transformer. What two things should you do if you need to use an extension cable? Check the whole cable and connectors for damage. Only check the part of the cable you need for damage. Clean the cable with a damp cloth. Only uncoil the length of cable you need. Uncoil the whole cable. What is the main danger when using a chisel or bolster with a mushroomed head? The shaft of the chisel will bend, putting a strain on your wrist. It will shatter and send fragments flying into the air. The hammer could slip off the head of the bolster or chisel. You are more likely to hit your hand with the chisel head.
What two things should you do if you need to run an electrical cable across an area used by vehicles? Run the cable at head height. Cover the cable with a protective ramp. Put up a sign that says ramp ahead. Cover the cable with scaffold boards. Wrap the cable in yellow tape so that drivers can see it.
Which item of equipment would not require portable appliance testing, PAT? 110 volt extension lead, 110 volt transformer, battery powered rechargeable drill, plug-in portable halogen light.
What two things should you do to reduce trips and injuries caused by untidy leads and extension cables? Run cables and leads above head height and over the top of doorways and walkways. Only use thinner 230 volt extension cables. Make sure your cables have not been used before. Keep trailing cables and leads close to the wall. Tie any excess cables and leads up into the smallest coil possible.
Which two of the following statements about power tools are true? Power tools should always be left plugged in when you check or adjust them. You should always carry the tool by its cord. You should always unplug the tool when you are not using it. You must be trained and competent to use any power tool. A power tool should be unplugged by pulling its cord.
What are the two main functions of the guards on cutting and grinding machines? To stop you coming into contact with the blade or wheel. To stop fragments flying into the air. To balance the machine. To stop materials getting onto the blade or wheel. To give you a firm handhold.
What should you do if the guard is missing from a power tool? Try to make another guard. Do not use the tool until a proper guard has been fitted. Use the tool, but work carefully and slowly. Use the tool, but try to work quickly. Which requirement must be met before operating a power tool? You must be trained and competent. You must be over 18 years old. You must only operate it when your supervisor is present. You must have a gold CSCS card. Residual current devices, RCDs, should have a mechanical trip test at which intervals? If not used for a week or more, daily, monthly, before each use.
What is the best way to protect an extension cable and also reduce trip hazards? Run the cable by the shortest route. Cover the cable with pieces of wood. Run the cable above head height. Cover the cable with yellow tape.
What is the main hazard associated with the movement of plant and machinery around site? Drivers getting motion sickness from the movement of the machine. Pedestrians walking too close to moving machinery and being crushed. Members of the public being poisoned by the exhaust fumes. Existing building collapse from vibrations of the moving machinery. Where vehicles tip materials into excavations, what could be used as a safety precaution? Extra speakers, stop blocks, flashing lights, a siren. To prevent overturning, when should rear tipping lorries not be used for tipping operations? When on firm, level ground. During redistribution of the load. On uneven or sloping ground. When a competent signaller is supervising. Which of the following is a way of ensuring that a slinger or signaller is trained and competent? By trusting them when they say they are. By having them swear an affidavit. By asking for evidence to be produced. By making a handshake agreement. In an area where there may be pedestrians, what is the most effective and safe approach if mobile plant needs to be reversed? Reverse lights on the back of the plant. A vehicle marshaller. A barrier around the plant. A reversing camera. Which action will help to keep signallers safe? Provide gloves for hand signals. Provide body cameras to capture any incidents. Provide high-vis clothing so they are clearly visible. Provide yearly eye tests to confirm they have good vision. When is a site vehicle most likely to injure pedestrians? When it is reversing. As it is lifting materials onto scaffolds. While tipping into an excavation. While digging out footings. Which of the following is bad practice when organising site transport? One-way systems for vehicles. Limiting the speed of vehicles on site. Barriers to keep pedestrians away from mobile plant and vehicles. Pedestrians and mobile plant using the same routes.
You need to walk past a 360-degree mobile crane. The crane is operating near a wall. What is the main danger? Your hearing could be damaged by high noise levels from the crane. You could get whole-body vibration from the crane. You could be crushed if you walk between the crane and the wall. The crane could crash into the wall.
When moving plant or machinery around site, what should the operator look out for? Only driving with limited fuel. Speed signs and speed humps. Driving with the lights on during the day. Driving with the handbrake on. When signallers are used, who should they be in contact with at all times? The site manager, the machine operator, their supervisor, pedestrians. Why should you not walk behind a lorry when it is reversing? The driver is unlikely to know you are there. You will need to run, not walk, to get past it in time. Most lorries are not fitted with mirrors. Most lorry drivers aren't very good at reversing. Loading and storage areas should be located where? Close to the welfare facilities. Away from the main construction worksite. Outside the site boundary area. Away from pedestrian-only areas and main pedestrian routes. In which one of the following situations is it safer for a worker to speak to someone operating mobile plant? The worker is wearing PPE and the plant is moving slowly. The worker is wearing high-vis and the plant is moving slowly. The operator can hear the worker and it is daytime. The operator knows the worker is there and the plant has stopped operating.
An excavator has just stopped work. Liquid is dripping and forming a small pool under the back of the machine. What could this mean? Someone put too much diesel into the machine before it started work. The machine has a leak and could be unsafe. It is normal for fluids to vent after the machine stops. The machine is hot, so the diesel has expanded and overflowed.
Which signal is being shown in this image? Danger, emergency stop. Move backwards. Turn right or left. Move forwards.
You think a load is about to fall from a moving forklift truck. What should you do? Sound the nearest fire alarm bell. Run alongside the machine and try to hold on to the load. Run and tell your supervisor. Keep clear, but try to warn the driver and others in the area.
Who is the best person to control the movement of vehicles on site? The first aider, a vehicle marshaller, the site manager, the company director. Identify one of the most common causes of death and injury on a construction site. Getting electrocuted by power tools. Getting asthma from fumes. Being struck by mobile plant. Sunburn from being outside. You see a lorry parking and it has a flat tire. Why should you tell the driver? The driver will need to travel at a much slower speed. It could be unsafe to drive the lorry. The lorry can only carry small loads. More fuel will be used by the lorry. To reduce the risk of overturning, how should vehicles be loaded? Make sure the load is tied securely to the vehicle. Ensure the content of the load weighs less than 1 ton. Make sure the vehicle is loaded to the maximum allowance. Ensure the load is evenly distributed in the body of the vehicle. What should you do if you need to walk past someone operating a mobile crane? Run to get past the crane quickly. Try to catch the attention of the crane operator. Take another route so that you stay clear of the crane. Guess what the crane operator will do next and squeeze past.
When is site transport allowed to drive along a pedestrian route? Only if necessary and if all pedestrians are excluded. During meal breaks, only if the vehicle has a flashing yellow light. If it is the shortest route. The quickest way to your work area is through a contractor's vehicle compound. Which way should you go? Straight through the compound if no one is looking. Around the compound every time. Around the compound if vehicles are moving. Straight through the compound if no vehicles appear to be moving.
What is the most important information a vehicle marshaller should know before directing a vehicle? How to signal vehicles and any relevant safety procedures. The value of the materials as they could be stolen. The type of materials being delivered to the site. The name and address of the driver for security reasons. What is needed before supervising any lift using a crane? Nothing. The crane driver will tell you what to do. A mobile phone to talk to the crane driver. Full training and being assessed as competent. Written instructions from the crane hire company. To reduce the risk of overturning and accidents when not in use, how should earth-moving vehicles be parked? With their buckets and blades facing the same way. With the buckets and blades facing opposite directions. With their buckets and blades raised in the air. With their buckets and blades lowered to the ground. You are walking on site and a large mobile crane reverses across your path. What should you do? Wait or find another way around the crane. Start to run so that you can pass behind the reversing crane. Help the driver to reverse. Pass close to the front of the crane.
A crane has to do a difficult lift. The signaller asks you to help, but you are not trained in plant signals. What should you do? Politely refuse and explain you don't know how to signal. Ask the signaller to show you what signals to use. Only help if the signaller really can't manage alone. Start giving signals to the crane driver.
Which of the following signs means no pedestrian access? When can a mobile plant operator let people ride in or on the machine? Only if it is designed to carry passengers and has a designated seat. Anytime, as long as the cab door is shut. Only if they have a long way to walk. Anytime, as long as the site speed limit is not exceeded. What are the two conditions for being able to operate plant on site? You must hold a British passport. You must hold a full UK driving licence. You must be trained and competent. You must be authorised. You must be over 21 years old. What is the meaning of this sign? No pedestrian access. Pedestrian walkway only. Traffic approaching from each direction. Go slow. How would a well-organised site keep pedestrians away from traffic routes? The traffic routes will be shown on the Health and Safety Law poster. There will be barriers between traffic and pedestrian routes. The site manager will direct all pedestrians away from traffic routes. There is no need to keep traffic and pedestrians apart. How should your employer provide you with information about site traffic rules? During the site induction. Use a Health and Safety Executive HSE inspector. Ask other workers on site to tell you. Place a note on the site notice board. What should you do if you see a dumper being driven too fast? Nothing, as dumpers are allowed to speed. Try to catch the dumper and speak to the driver. Report it to the police. Keep out of its way and report it. Which of the following is a recognised control measure when reversing a vehicle? Turning on all the vehicle lights. Turning the site radio off. Using a vehicle marshal. Standing on the back to direct it. Where risk of overturning is significant, what should vehicles be fitted with? Heavy-duty graded tyres. Rollover protective structures. ROPS. Extra strength brakes. A winch and pulley system. If there are blind spots while using plant but work needs to continue, what actions should be taken? Request the plant be fitted with CCTV cameras. Use a vehicle marshal for this type of work. Work with a slinger. Use the existing mirrors on the plant. The risk of a materials handling vehicle, telehandler, overturning is increased when raising loads whilst stationary, reversing into a loading bay, lifting loads on even ground, driving at excessive speeds around corners. Which one of the following describes the role of a vehicle marshaller? Provide training on how to drive manual plant. Manage incident response documentation. Support safe vehicle movements on site. Control the movement of cranes on site. A forklift truck is blocking the route you need to take on site. It is lifting materials onto a scaffold. What should you do? Start to run so that you are not under the load for very long. Catch the driver's attention and then walk under the raised load. Wait or take another route, but never walk under a raised load. Only walk under the raised load if you're wearing a safety helmet. Your supervisor asks you to drive a dumper truck, but you have not driven one before. What should you do? Watch other dumpers to see how they are operated. Tell your supervisor that you are not trained and so cannot operate it. Operate the dumper in an open area in case you make a mistake. Ask a trained driver how to operate it safely. Workers are on foot close to moving plant. Which one of the following is true? The workers should stay within the designated pedestrian routes. The workers will be safe if they're in a group. The operator will see the workers because they have mirrors and CCTV. High-vis clothing will keep the workers safe if the plant is not reversing. A truck has to tip materials into a trench. Who should give signals to the truck driver? Someone who knows the signals. Only the person who is trained and appointed for the job. Someone who is standing in the trench. Any person who is wearing a high-vis coat. Identify one of the most common types of accident involving site dumpers. Vehicles overturning. Drivers not concentrating. Issues with engines. Inexperienced drivers. A mobile crane is lifting a load, but the load is about to hit something. What should you do? Do nothing and assume that everything is under control. Go and tell your supervisor. Go and tell the crane driver. Try and warn the person supervising or signalling the lift. Which action should a worker take if they see mobile plant using a route intended only for pedestrians? Just be careful in that area. Have a word with the operator at the end of the day. Report this to their supervisor. Nothing. The driver will know what they are doing. Under what circumstance should a driver stop their vehicle immediately? If the flashing beacon has stopped working. If the vehicle is low on fuel. If they lose sight of their vehicle marshal. If they are operating in a one-way system.
When you walk across the site, what is the best way to avoid an accident with mobile plant? Ride on the plant. Get the attention of the driver before you get too close. Keep to the designated pedestrian routes. Wear high-vis clothing.
Why should engines be turned off before leaving a site vehicle? Select 2 answers. Leaving the engine running is a waste of fuel and is therefore a waste of construction budget. Construction machines are not designed to be constantly left running. The sound of the engine may give other workers a headache if left on for too long. Drivers may accidentally operate levers when climbing into or out of the vehicle. Members of the public are likely to jump into the vehicle and steal it. When choosing vehicle routes around a site, what is the main factor that should be considered? Is the driver experienced enough to drive the route? The medical history of the driver. The width of the route. Could the ground conditions cause a vehicle to overturn? If standing on the back of a lorry during loading and unloading, what is the main hazard? Falling from height. Inhaling dust and fumes. Noise from equipment. Whole body vibration.
A mobile access tower must not be used on what surface? A smooth concrete path. A paved patio. Soft or uneven ground. An asphalt road.
What piece of personal protective equipment, PPE, should be worn on sites where there is a risk of falling objects? A safety harness. High-vis clothing. Protective goggles. Hard hat.
What should you do if you notice your harness or attachment is damaged? Stop and tell your supervisor, but carry on using it until it is replaced. Use a colleague's harness instead. Stop and tell your supervisor straight away. Use it and tell your supervisor at the end of the day.
Which of the following best describes the purpose of personal fall prevention equipment? It is designed to prevent falls from occurring. It is designed to minimize the consequences if a fall occurs. It is designed to protect more than one person if a fall occurs. It is designed to be used in confined spaces only. Which of the following is the safest method of accessing a mobile access tower? Climbing a ladder inside the tower. Climbing up the outside of the tower. Climbing a ladder outside of the tower. Climbing a rope on the outside of the tower. What does this symbol on a mobile elevating work platform, MEWP, show? The safe method of exiting the platform. The location of the points where workers can lean over the platform. The location of the lowering controls for use in emergency. The guardrail height. Which of the following best describes the purpose of personal fall prevention equipment? It is designed to prevent falls from occurring. It is designed to minimize the consequences if a fall occurs. It is designed to protect more than one person if a fall occurs. It is designed to be used in confined spaces only. Which one of the following is not true when using podium steps? Podium step wheels must be locked before you get on. Podium steps can easily topple if you overreach sideways. Podium steps are safe and can't topple over. Podium steps should be inspected before use. Which two of the following should be provided when working on a fragile roof? thick rubber gloves, a crash mat, safe access to the working area, a safe working platform, a safety harness. What is the purpose of personal fall arrest equipment? To increase harm caused by falls. To protect more than one person if they fall. To prevent workers from falling. To minimize the consequences if a fall occurs. How many people are allowed on a ladder at the same time? 3 people, if it is long enough. A maximum of 2 people. Only 1 person. 1 person on each section of an extension ladder. Under which one of the following circumstances is it safe for a worker to remove a protective cover from a deep service hole on site? The worker has placed a safety cone by the hole so people will avoid the area. The worker is authorized to do so and is protected from falling whilst the cover is not in place. The worker is wearing a safety helmet and waits until everyone else has left the site. The worker is wearing high-vis and has told a few people on site that the cover will be removed. What is the correct way to climb a ladder? Having 3 points of contact with the ladder at all times. By having 2 people on the ladder at all times. Only using the ladder when wearing a safety harness. Having 2 points of contact with the ladder at all times.
Which image shows the safe use of a ladder? What should you do if you are required to use access equipment that you have not been trained to use? Do the job if it won't take long. Ask someone else to do it. Stop work and speak to your supervisor. Get a ladder instead.
Which of these statements is true about using a ladder to access a scaffold platform? It must be secured and extend at least 1 metre above the platform. It must be wedged at the bottom to stop it slipping. All broken rungs must be clearly marked. 2 people must be on the ladder at all times. A worker has been asked to operate a mobile elevating work platform, MEWP, but has no training. What should they do? Ask a workmate how to operate the MEWP. Tell their supervisor that they have no training. Get the work done as quickly as possible. Operate the MEWP at break time when no one is around. So that workers can work at height safely, who is responsible for making sure they receive information and instruction? The workers themselves. The appointed first aider. The employer. The Health and Safety Executive, HSE. Which one of the statements about storing materials on a working platform is correct? Materials can be stored unsecured, but they must be above guardrail height. Materials do not need to be secured if they are going to be there for less than an hour. Materials can be stored anywhere, even if they pose a trip hazard or block the walkway. Materials must be stored so they can't fall, and the platform must be able to take their weight. Who should know how to carry out pre-use checks on fall arrest equipment? All workers on site. The apprentice workers. The site managers. All workers who use it. When is it safe to cross a fragile roof? At any time, as long as you walk along the line of the bolts. Only when you can see fragile roof signs. Only if you do not walk on any plastic panels. When crawling boards with handrails are available to use. When working at height in a mobile elevating work platform, MEWP, over or near to deep water, which item of personal protective equipment, PPE, should be worn? Life jacket, full body harness, full face respirator, Wellington boots. What should a harness's lanyard be attached to when working in a mobile elevating work platform, MEWP? A designated anchor point within the platform or basket. The control box. A point on the structure or building you are working on. The MEWP handrail. Which of these activities presents the greatest risk of a fall from height? Working in a multi-level completed structure. Sweeping the second floor of a completed building. Slinging a load at ground level. Standing on the back of a lorry whilst unloading. According to the work at height regulations, when can ladders be used for work? If it is high-risk work for long periods of time. When other people do not need to use it for access. A ladder must never be used on site. If it is low-risk work for a short period of time. Which one of the following statements is true of painting wooden ladders used in construction? It is advisable to paint ladders to prevent them being stolen. It is a good idea to paint ladders because this protects them. Ladders should be painted orange to make them more visible. Ladders should never be painted as this could hide defects or damage. What does this sign mean? Load-bearing roof. Load-bearing roof. You can stand on the surface but not on any roof lights. Fragile roof. Take care when walking on roof surface. Fragile roof. Use fall protection measures and do not stand directly on the roof. A material that may hide fragile surfaces has been applied to a roof. What action should be taken? Nothing. Workers should know to be careful. Nothing. The material applied should be fine. The fragile areas should be painted green. The fragile areas should be clearly marked and protected. What is the purpose of a one-way system at a loading or unloading area? To allow faster speed limits. To eliminate the need to reverse. To increase the need to reverse. To reduce the speed limits. Who should complete pre-use checks on ladders or other equipment used for working at height? The employer. The site manager. The supervisor. The worker using the equipment. Which image shows the safest method for using a stepladder? What does the following sign mean? No running. Fragile roof. Safety boots must be worn. Deep water. Who should erect, dismantle or alter a tube and fit scaffold? Someone who has the right tools. Anyone who thinks they can do it. Anyone who is a project manager. A trained, competent and authorized person. When assembling a mobile access tower near overhead electric cables, which one of the following statements is true? The cables must be treated as live until it is confirmed they are dead. The cables can be treated as dead if the work is going to take less than 30 minutes. The cables do not present a danger because mobile access towers are insulated. Personal protective equipment, PPE, will keep workers safe until it is confirmed that the cables are dead. Mobile access towers should be erected by anyone who will be using the equipment, someone who is trained and competent, an apprentice as it is good practice for them, anyone who has the tools. To ensure the public is not put at risk from falling materials for the duration of work, what may be necessary? Pavement closure or diversion. Giving the public hard hats. Making pedestrians use the road. Giving the public high-vis clothing. Which one of the following statements is true of a person who has fallen and is suspended in a fall arrest harness? They should be left to rescue themselves. They will be safe in the harness for over an hour. They will need to be rescued quickly. There will be no reason to call an ambulance. If standing on the back of a lorry during loading and unloading, what is the main hazard? Falling from height, inhaling dust and fumes. Noise from equipment. Whole body vibration. Mobile access towers should be erected, altered or dismantled by whom? Anyone who thinks they can do it. Anyone who has excess time in their day. Anyone who has worked for the company longer than 2 years. Anyone who is trained, competent and authorized. What are two of the main responsibilities when working at height? Attend a safety briefing every now and again. Ensure you are sufficiently trained. Climb up on the outside of the scaffolding. Make use of access equipment. Always wear a fall arrest harness. If a person is struck by a falling object, what could be the negative consequence? They get compensation. They get injured. They get fired. They get a promotion.
Which type of accident kills the most construction workers? Contact with electricity. Falling from height. Being hit by a falling object. Being run over by site transport.
What angle should a leaning ladder be used at?
Which one of the following should a worker do if a mobile elevating work platform, MEWP, does not allow safe access to the place of work? Use a step ladder on the platform. Inform a supervisor that a larger MEWP is needed. Put pallets on the working platform. Stand on the guardrails. Which of the following is one of the leading causes of injury on a construction site? Workers using battery-powered tools. Workers getting sunburned. Workers inhaling toxic fumes. Workers being struck by falling objects. A mobile elevating work platform, MEWP, must not be used on what surface? A smooth concrete path, an asphalt road, soft or uneven ground, a concrete road. When are personal fall arrest systems to be used? During a night shift. The majority of the time. In the morning. Only as a last resort. Where should vehicles be loaded and unloaded? On uneven ground. On a downward slope. On an upward slope. On level ground. Which one of the following situations would require a rescue plan? Whenever people are working at height. Only when there are no fall arrest systems in place. Only when work-restrained lanyards fail. Whenever workers are working at ground level. How is working at height defined? Working at any height that could cause an injury if you fell. Working 3 meters above the ground or higher. Working 1.2 meters above the ground or higher. Working 2 meters above the ground or higher.
What should you do if you notice your harness or attachment is damaged? Stop and tell your supervisor, but carry on using it until it is replaced. Use a colleague's harness instead. Stop and tell your supervisor straight away. Use it and tell your supervisor at the end of the day.
What is the best way to make sure that a ladder is secure and will not slip? Ask someone to stand with their foot on the bottom rung. Secure it at the top. Wedge the bottom of the ladder with blocks of wood. Secure it at the bottom. How can the safe load rating for a scaffold platform be identified? The safe load is breached when the ledges start to deflect. By asking the principal contractor. By asking the telehandler driver. Referring to the handover certificate or signage. If an untrained worker has been asked by their supervisor to inspect some scaffolding, what should they do? Carry on and inspect the scaffolding. Inspect the scaffolding in tandem with another untrained worker. Do not inspect the scaffolding as they have not been trained. Ask a colleague to show them how to inspect the scaffolding.
What is the best way to stop people falling through voids, holes, or fragile roof panels? Cover the dangerous areas with safety netting and tell everyone to be careful. Mark the dangerous areas with red and white warning tape. Place secure, load-bearing covers over the dangerous areas and add warning signage. Tell everyone where the dangerous areas are.
Which two of the following statements are true about working on a roof? Asbestos and fibre cement roof sheets are unlikely to be fragile. Wired glass roof panels are likely to be fragile. Workers should not work on a roof where there is no protection from falls. It is easy to see which roof surfaces are likely to be fragile. It is safe to try to walk near underlying roof supports. A worker is storing materials above toe-board height on a scaffold. How should people below be protected? Use a brick guard or suitable mesh netting. Use string to secure the materials. Halt the work when people are approaching. Shout a warning to anyone passing below. Which of the following two statements about moving mobile access towers are correct? The tower can be moved short distances while tools and equipment are on it. The tower should only be moved over soft or uneven ground. The tower should only be moved outside of working hours. The tower must not be moved while people are on it. The tower must not be moved while tools and equipment are on it. At what intervals should fall arrest equipment be inspected? Monthly. Every time before use. Annually. Every time after use.
What is the best way to stop people being hit by falling tools and materials when you are working above them? Make sure they are wearing safety helmets. Only allow authorized people underneath the work area. Exclude people from below the work area with fencing and signs. Tell them you will be working above them and erect signs.
Which one of the following statements is true when referring to the wheels on mobile access towers? The wheels should only be locked at the end of the day. The wheels should be locked at all times. The wheels should be locked when the tower is in use. The wheels should be locked when the tower is being moved. Identify the difference between a fall arrest lanyard and a work restraint lanyard. A work restraint lanyard is for outdoor use. A work restraint lanyard prevents falls. A fall arrest lanyard minimizes the consequences of a fall. A work restraint lanyard is designed for confined spaces. A fall arrest lanyard is designed for MEWPs. A work restraint lanyard halts work entirely. A fall arrest lanyard ensures falls do not occur. How should a roof be treated initially when considering its safety? All roofs should be treated as fragile until a competent person has confirmed they are not. All roofs should be treated as sturdy until a competent person has confirmed they are not. All roofs built from timber are considered sturdy. All built from tile are considered fragile. All roofs built before 1930 are considered fragile. All roofs built after 1930 are not considered fragile. Which one of the following is a safe way of moving a mobile access tower? Using manual effort to pull from the top and the base. Using manual effort pushing only from the base. Towing with a site vehicle with a tow rope attached to the top. Towing with a site vehicle with a tow rope attached to the base. What is the correct way to reach the working platform of a mobile access tower? Climb up the ladder built into the tower. Climb up the tower frame on the outside of the tower. Climb up the outside of the diagonal bracing. Lean a ladder against the tower and climb up that.
A mobile access tower must not be used on what surface? A smooth concrete path. A paved patio. Soft or uneven ground. An asphalt road.
A scaffold guardrail must be removed to allow you to carry out a task. If you are not a scaffolder, can you remove the guardrail? Yes, if you put it back as soon as you have finished. No, only a scaffolder can remove the guardrail and put it back. Yes, if you put it back before you leave the site. No, only a scaffolder can remove the guardrail, but you can put it back. What should a worker do if they have been asked to build a mobile access tower, but they haven't had any training? Tell their supervisor that they have no training. Ask a workmate how to build the tower. Look for tutorials on the internet. Get on with the job and learn as they work. Which one of the following surfaces is not likely to be fragile? A reinforced concrete roof. A glass panel roof. A slate-tiled roof. A fibre cement sheet roof.
What should you do if you find a ladder that is damaged? Use it if you can avoid the damaged part. Try to mend the damage before using it. Don't use it and report the damage at the end of your shift. Don't use it and make sure that others know about the damage.
If you are working on a flat roof, what is the best way to stop yourself from falling over the edge? Put a large warning sign at the edge of the roof. Protect the edge with a guardrail and a tow board. Ask someone to watch you and shout when you get too close to the edge. Use red and white tape to mark the edge. When planning any work at height, what should an employer's first consideration be? Work at height and prevent falls with barriers. Work at height and arrest falls using personal fall arrest. Avoid working at height where possible. Work at height and arrest falls using nets. A worker is wearing a harness in a boom-type mobile elevating work platform, MEWP, sometimes known as a cherry picker. Which one of the following should the harness have? A fall restraint lanyard clipped to the control box of the machine. A fall arrest lanyard clipped to the structure being worked on. A work restraint lanyard clipped to an attachment point in the basket. A work restraint lanyard clipped to the handrail of the basket. With reference to the erection and dismantling of scaffolding, Which of the following statements is correct? Any worker wearing an appropriate safety harness can do it. Only supervisors can carry out this type of work. It should be carried out by trained and authorized persons. It should be carried out by trained people, but they do not need to be authorized.
What should you do if you need to use a mobile access tower but the brakes don't work? Get someone to hold the tower while you use it. Only use the tower if the floor is level. Do not use the tower. Use some wood to wedge the wheels and stop them moving.
What should you do if you feel that a task involving working at height is unsafe? Work the problem out for yourself. Borrow some work equipment from another job. Stop working immediately and report it to your supervisor. Carry on working and tell your supervisor when you next see them. What is the maximum length of time that a worker should work from a stepladder in one position? Less than 2 hours. Less than 30 minutes. Less than 90 minutes. Less than 1 hour. A personal fall arrest system is designed to protect whom? An individual worker. The general public. All workers on site. Workers over the age of 55. Who should check a ladder before it is used? The site manager. The person who is going to use it. The manufacturer. A site safety officer. What is an inertia reel? A pulley-operated fall arrestor. A retractable fall arrestor. A rope-based fall arrestor. A horizontal fall arrestor. A fragile roof needs to be repaired. Which of the following would be regarded as the safest method? Workers working on the roof wearing safety boots and helmets. Workers work from underneath using a mobile elevating working platform, MEWP. Workers access the roof by walking as close as possible to the underlying roof supports. Workers work from underneath using ladders and ropes for anchoring. Accidents on site are often caused by materials falling from vehicles during what process? Repainting, cleaning, refueling, unloading.
If you need to stack materials on a working platform, what is the best way to stop them falling over the toe board? Put a warning sign on the stack. Have brick guards or netting fitted to the edge. Build the stack so that it leans away from the edge. Cover the stack with polythene.
What piece of personal protective equipment, PPE, should be worn on sites where there is a risk of falling objects? A safety harness. High-vis clothing. Protective goggles. Hard hat. What should you do if you think that the scaffolding you are working from is not safe? Report it to your supervisor at the end of the shift. Report your concerns to your supervisor straight away. Ignore it and wait for the scaffolders to identify any problems. Try to make the repairs yourself and then report it to your supervisor.
What do guardrails around the top of an excavation prevent? The sides of the trench collapsing. Toxic gases collecting in the bottom of the trench. People falling into the trench and being injured. Rainwater running off the ground at the top and into the trench.
What does it mean if a run of coloured marker tape is found when digging? There is a buried service and further excavation must be carried out with care. The excavation now requires side supports. There are buried human remains and you must tell your supervisor. The soil is contaminated and you must wear respiratory protective equipment, RPE. Identify which of the following is best suited for accessing an excavation. A step ladder, a secured ladder, a harness and pulley, a cherry picker. What 3 things should you do before entering a confined space that has sludge at the bottom? Throw something into the sludge to see how deep it is. Put on a disposable dust mask. Have the correct training. Make sure that the space has been tested for gas. Identify what the sludge is. What is the best course of action to take if a buried cable is hit and damaged when digging? Move the cable out of the way and carry on digging. Dig around the cable or dig somewhere else. Do not touch the cable, stop work and report it. Wait 10 seconds and then move the cable out of the way. What should you do if you see the side supports move when you are working in an excavation? Nothing. The sides are expected to move all the time. Work in another part of the excavation instead. Make sure that you and other workers get out quickly. Keep working and watch to see if they move again. At what point should excavations be inspected? Only if there is spare time to do so. At the beginning and end of every weekday. Immediately after reaching maximum depth and once a week after this. At the start of each shift or after events that might affect stability. What should you do if you have to work in a confined space but there is no rescue plan? Assume that a rescue team or plan is not necessary and do the job. Get someone to stand at the opening with a rope. Carry out the job in short spells. Do not enter until a rescue plan is in place. What is the most important reason why people should be trained and competent before they are allowed to enter a confined space? Confined spaces are only found on house building sites. Confined spaces never contain breathable air. Confined space entrants need to understand the potential hazards. Confined spaces always contain flammable or explosive gases. Why is methane gas dangerous in confined spaces? Give 2 answers. You will not be able to see because of the dense fumes. It makes you hyperactive. It can explode. It makes you dehydrated. You may not have enough oxygen to breathe.
What should you do if you are in a confined space when the gas alarm sounds? Carry on working, but do not use electrical tools. Carry on working, but take plenty of breaks in the fresh air. Switch off the alarm. Get out of the confined space immediately.
Work in a confined space usually needs a risk assessment, a method statement, and what other safety document? An up-to-date staff handbook. A permit to enter. A written contract for the work. A company health and safety policy.
When working in a confined space, what is it a sign of if there is a smell of rotten eggs? Oxygen, carbon dioxide, hydrogen sulfide, methane. What should you do if your permit to work in a confined space will run out before you finish the task you are carrying out? Carry on working until the job is finished. Hand the permit over to the next shift. Ask your supervisor to change the date on the permit. Leave the confined space before the permit runs out.
According to the guidance on underground service pipes, what does a yellow service pipe carry? Water, gas, telecoms, electricity.
What should you do if you are in a deep trench and you start to feel dizzy? Sit down in the trench and take a rest. Make sure that you and any others get out quickly and report it. Carry on working and hope that the feeling will go away. Get out, let your head clear, and then go back in again.
What equipment should be used when digging near to underground electrical services? A jackhammer, an excavator, a pick and fork, an insulated spade. What is the main cause of people dying while working in a confined space? Cold conditions leading to hypothermia. Presence of methane. Lack of oxygen. Too much oxygen.
What might happen if the level of oxygen drops below 8% in a confined space? Your hearing could be affected. You could become unconscious. You might get dehydrated. There is a high risk of fire or explosion.
What is the safest way to get into and out of a deep excavation? Use the shoring or trench supports. Use the buried services as steps. Use an excavator bucket. Use a fixed staircase.
What is the main reason for having a person positioned immediately outside a confined space while work is taking place inside it? To start the rescue plan if there is an emergency. To check compliance with the method statement. To supervise the work inside the confined space. To carry out a risk assessment for the work.
You are in a deep trench. A lorry backs up to the trench and the engine is left running. What should you do? Put on ear defenders to cut out the engine noise. Get out of the trench quickly. See if there is a toxic gas meter in the trench. Ignore the problem, as the lorry will soon drive away.
What is the main hazard when working in an excavation? Crushing, if the sides are not supported. Drips and falls due to the space restriction. Cuts and abrasions from the trench sides. Breathing in hazardous dust from the earth.
When should an excavation be battered back or stepped? If it is more than 5 meters deep. If there is a risk of the sides falling in regardless of depth. If any buried services cross the excavation. If there is water in the bottom of the trench.
What is it likely to mean if the soil gives off a strange smell when digging? The soil contains a lot of clay. The ground has been used to grow crops in the past. The soil has been excavated before. The ground could be contaminated.
Which of these is the most accurate way to confirm the exact location of buried services? Architect drawings. Survey drawings. Trial holes. Cable plans.
What must happen before each shift starts when working in an excavation? Someone must go in and sniff the air to see if it is safe. A supervisor should watch from the top for the first hour. A competent person must inspect the excavation. A supervisor should stay in the excavation for the first hour. Identify which of the following signs is associated with a substance being toxic if swallowed or inhaled. If warnings about how to work with hazardous substances are not followed, what is a likely consequence for workers? Decreased fitness levels, good health, ill health, increased fitness level. Breathing in asbestos dust is most likely to cause which of the following? Throat infections, aching muscles and painful joints, dizziness and headaches, lung diseases. What does a COSH assessment cover? Lifting heavy loads and how to protect yourself. Hazardous substances and how to protect yourself when using them. Working safely in confined spaces. The assessment of noise levels and how to protect your hearing. A worker is using a new substance when they start to feel ill. What should the worker do? Nothing. It is acceptable to feel ill with certain substances. Enter the details into an incident report. Stop work and report it to a supervisor or manager on site immediately. Continue with the work, but report it to the supervisor later. How can asbestos be correctly identified? By putting a piece in water and seeing if it dissolves. By getting a sample analysed in a laboratory. The distinct colour of the dust. It is clear from the strong smell of the dust. Identify the true statement about asbestos. Asbestos is always found in buildings built before 1995. Asbestos is only found in loft spaces and textured coatings. Asbestos is hazardous when fibres are disturbed and released into the air. Asbestos fibres are always blue in colour. Cement-based roofing sheets are a common material which can often contain what hazardous substance? Dry rot, termites, asbestos, rust. Why is it important to wash your hands after handling lead or lead-based paint before eating or smoking? It can transfer to your mouth and make your breath smell bad. It can transfer to your mouth and taste bad. It can transfer to your mouth and is toxic. It can transfer to your mouth and can be addictive. Wet cement, mortar and concrete are considered to be health hazards. Which of the following conditions could be caused by exposure to these substances? Skin burns and dermatitis, muscle aches, arc eye, dizziness and headaches. How is it possible to tell that a product is hazardous? It will always be in a black container. It will always be in a cardboard box. By the shape of the container or packaging. By warning symbols on the container or packaging. What is the most appropriate course of action if a worker finds material they think is asbestos? Pull it out and take it to landfill. Remove the material and bury it immediately. Tell other workers not to disturb it too much. Assume it is asbestos until a laboratory report is received.
Exposure to asbestos fibres may result in which illness? Heart disease, skin cancer, lung cancer, dermatitis.
Skin burns are most likely to occur when a worker works with which of the following? Glass products, emulsion paint, wet cement, dry wood. What is the main immediate hazard from kneeling directly on wet cement? Eczema, skin rash, skin burns, dermatitis. When materials which look like asbestos are found on site, what action must be taken? Assume the material is asbestos and report it to a supervisor. Assume the material is safe until further notice. Remove the material only if you are wearing gloves and a face mask. Assume the material is asbestos and take it to landfill. What should employers check regularly if you are working with hazardous substances? Your health, your mood, your wages, your family.
Which of the following provides health and safety information about a hazardous substance? The manual handling assessment, the site diary, the COSH assessment, the delivery note.
Identify the true statement about asbestos. Buildings containing asbestos must always be demolished. Asbestos is made up of hazardous microscopic fibres. Asbestos is best disposed of by burning it. If safety goggles are worn, asbestos is harmless. Which of the following tasks could place a worker at the greatest risk of lead poisoning if control measures were not put in place? Plastering a ceiling in a new build home. Building a wall out of old stone. Sanding down some old paintwork. Cutting timber in a roof construction. Which one of the following statements is true, with reference to asbestos-containing materials, ACMs? They can be difficult to identify. They are usually found in new buildings. They have an identifiable smell. They are quite simple to identify. What is the first thing you should do if you find an unmarked container that you think might contain chemicals? Ensure that it remains undisturbed and report it. Move the container to somewhere safe. Smell it to see what the chemical is. Put the container in a bin to get rid of it. Exposure to which of the following is most likely to result in dermatitis? Wet cement, glass, heavy brick, dry wood. A corrosive substance such as wet cement in direct contact with the skin will result in what? Back injury, glaucoma, skin burns, hair loss. Which one of the following tasks would require a worker to wear safety Wellington boots to help protect from skin burns? Laying new concrete. Working indoors on fittings. Landscape gardening in the rain. Lifting floorboards.
Who should explain the health risks and safe method of work you need to follow, the COSH assessment, before you start work with a hazardous substance? The site first aider. A health and safety executive, HSE, inspector. Your supervisor or employer. The site security people.
Why should you wear Wellington boots when working in wet cement? To stop your trousers getting wet. To prevent dermatitis and skin burns. To allow you to walk faster through the cement. To keep your feet warm.
Where are you most likely to come across asbestos? In any industrial building built after the year 2000. Asbestos has now been removed from all houses and buildings. In a house built between 1950 and 2005. In any building built or refurbished before the year 2000. Which one of the following ways is lead most likely to enter the body? Via the eyes, absorption. Via the mouth, ingestion. Via the skin pores. Via injection. In addition to putting controls in place when workers are working with hazardous substances, what else must employers do? Monitor the controls. Change the controls weekly. Keep the controls secret. Change the controls every month.
If you think you have found some asbestos, what is the first thing you should do? Find the first aider. Stop work and warn others. Take a sample to your supervisor. Put it in a bin and carry on with your work.
What does the word sensitizer mean on the packaging of a substance? It must be mixed with water before it can be used. It should not be used under any circumstances. It is safe to use without personal protective equipment, PPE, that it could cause allergic reactions when handled. Which of the following is true of lead? It is safe to ingest. It is safe if in contact with the skin. It is poisonous to ingest. It is only poisonous for people over 25. How can a worker check if a substance is hazardous to health? Ask the site manager for their opinion. If it is, the hazards should be shown in a COSH risk assessment. Smell the substance, as odourless substances are safe. All hazardous substances have a large warning label on them. Which one of the following statements about asbestos is true? Asbestos fibres only cause health problems for smokers. Asbestos fibres are most likely to enter the body through inhalation. Asbestos fibres are most likely to enter the body through the skin. Asbestos in buildings must always be removed regardless of condition. Whose responsibility is it to ensure that exposure to substances which are hazardous to health is prevented or adequately controlled? All workers on site. The designer. The product manufacturers. The employer. Which of the following is most likely to be caused by exposure to wet cement? Silicosis, dermatitis, eczema, hearing loss. When working through a construction health and safety checklist, which of these hazardous substances should be identified? Vibration levels, noise levels, asbestos, cement. Lead, solvents, cement, asbestos. Noise levels, solvents, dust, paint. Asbestos, cement, paints, noise levels.